Okay, we can start. Call to order. We have the Pledge of Allegiance. Anybody have the flag?
Mr. Gorski does.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I have the flag. Welcome, everybody, to the Monroe Township Board of Education virtual board meeting. Today is March 15th, 2021. We will now begin with number 2 on the agenda after Mr. Nikotinsky, Board Vice President, called the meeting to order, which is a Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag
of the United States of America,
and to the republic for which it stands,
one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
In accordance with the provisions of the New Jersey Open Public Meetings Law, the Monroe Township Board of Education has caused notice of this meeting to be published. An electronic notice provided by having the date, time, and place thereof posted March 11th, 2021.
Mike, roll call first. Sorry.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Andy. We will now have a roll call first. Ms. Arminio. She's still logging in. Ms. Belko.
Here.
Ms. Bierman. Ms. Bierman.
She looks like she lost connection.
You're muted, ma'am.
Is her computer not?
We'll come back to Ms. Bierman. Mr. Chiarella.
Here.
Mr. Nikotinsky.
Here.
Mr. Pelori.
Here.
Mr. Rudsky.
Here.
Ms. Siegel.
Here.
Ms. Skirby.
Here.
Mr. Tefano. Mr. Tefano.
Here.
Thank you. And Ms. Bierman.
I'm here, can't hear you.
Ms. Arminio.
Is it? I think I'm in.
You're in. Thank you. Only Ms. Bierman's outstanding. I see her listed as a panelist, but her microphone is muted.
Technical difficulties tonight.
So, Madam Board President, you have a quorum present this evening. In accordance with the provisions of the New Jersey Open Public Meetings Law, the Monroe Township Board of Education has caused notice of this meeting to be published in electronic notice provided by having the date, time, and place thereof, posted March 11th, 2021 at all schools, on the district website at https://www.monroe.k12.nj.us/ the Home News Tribune, the Cranberry Press, and filed with the clerk of the municipality. Instructions for making a public comment. To make a public comment, please use the raise hand feature. When you are called on to speak during public forum, your microphone status will be set to unmute. Please do not attempt to unmute yourself, as this may cause your microphone to stay muted. When called upon, you will be given the option to share your device's camera with the rest of the panelists and attendees during your speaking time. If you choose to do this, simply click the video camera icon or ask the moderator, Mr. Gross, who will be helping you with the public forum, that you wish to use the video camera icon. After you are unmuted, please state your name and address for the record. Each statement made by a participant shall be limited to 4 minutes duration or less in accordance with Board Bylaw 0167. After you are finished speaking, you will be muted and your permission to share your camera will be disabled. And please remember to turn off the raise hand feature when you are finished speaking. Thank you very much. Has Ms. Bierman been able to rectify her challenge with the technique? Okay, very good. So, Ms. Arminio, you have a full board this evening.
Are we on
Yes.
number 5? We said our, okay,
Yes, ma'am.
apologies to our public. Welcome public to the March 2021 Board of Education meeting. We'll move on to the approval of the minutes. Thank you for all for being. The first one is the Public Board of Education meeting February 17th, 2020. Do I have a motion?
So
Anyone?
moved.
Mr. Polari, second.
Second.
Ms. Bierman? All in favor? Or I'm sorry, Mr. Gorski, you're going to do a roll call?
I think that's an all in favor. Any abstentions, any recusals?
Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
Any
Aye.
abstentions? Any abstentions, recusals? Okay. Next one is closed session minutes. February 17th, 2021. Motion, please.
Motion.
Motion. Okay, that was Mr. Tufano. Second was Rupa or Ms. Belko. I saw a hand on that in that corner. Oh, Ms. Belko. All in favor?
Aye.
Everybody in favor? Aye. Okay, hands. Any abstentions, recusals, or disapprovals?
Recuse.
Mr.
I recuse
Mr. Okay, on the closed session.
So noted.
The next one, so it is moved, right, Ms. Gorski?
Yes, ma'am.
And approved. All right, next one is the special Public Board of Education meeting, February 22nd, 2021. Motion, please.
Motion.
Second.
Okay, Mr. Tufano. Okay, Ms. Skirby. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All in favor, everybody? Okay. Any recusals,
Michelle,
disapprovals? Mr.
I abstain, Michelle. It's Paul.
Okay. Mr. Rutsky abstains.
I recuse.
Mr. Chiarella recuses, and that is for the education meeting, okay? Next, so now, we got it?
Yes, ma'am.
A closed session meeting, February 22nd, 2020. Motion, please.
Motion. Motion.
2021.
Second.
Correct, my correction, 2021. Okay. Katie Belka in second. All in favor?
Aye. Aye.
Aye. Any recusals, abstentions? Mr. Chiarella recuses.
Abstain.
Mr. Rutsky abstains. Any disagreements or changes? Okay, none, seeing none. Mr. Gorski, has that passed?
Yes, ma'am. That takes you to number 6.
Okay, and I see our student board members. Welcome again. Nice to see you. Who would like to start? Or first, or senior will start. Thank you. And there you go. Kaylee. Kaylee Craver, you are senior, right?
Yeah, I'll start.
Okay, go ahead. Sure.
Okay. Woodland Student Council is having Spirit Week every week until the end of the school year this year. Every classroom is choosing their spirit theme and celebrating it on Wednesdays. This week was their Disney week. They're also celebrated Read Across America, where each classroom celebrated differently. Some had mystery readers join their Zooms, others drew Dr. Seuss hats or made a door tag about their favorite book. Mill Lake also celebrated Read Across America this week, where each day Ms. Fedora completed a Dr. Seuss read aloud while the students celebrated a Spirit Week in which they were encouraged to wear crazy socks, have crazy hair, dress up as their future selves, have a pajama day, or wear their favorite color. They also are recognizing Developmental Disabilities Month, where each day they are focusing on a different type of developmental disability. At the middle school, they held a virtual music recital on March 9th for its students, where parents and staff were invited to watch performances of the 7th grade bands and choruses. At the high school, they released the Spring Coffee House video for 2021. They're having a one book read tomorrow where students read the same novel, When Dimple Met Rishi, and they will discuss it. The Club HOSA is hosting a fundraiser on Friday at the Dunkin' Donuts. And we're sending a special congratulations to both boys and girls basketball teams for placing first in their GMC and the boys and girls bowling teams who placed first in their pod tournaments.
Claps. Okay, Kaylee. As like the first time, would you like to add something? How are we doing, and in the district, and how are your classmates and peers?
We are trying to send out like on our like class social media pages to have students talk to us if they have anything to say. I haven't heard back anything, but I know hybrid is going well, and we're all excited to go back to no more cohorts in April.
Okay, so go back with everybody in the classroom. And okay, great. All right, no one's specifically asked a question for you to answer. Okay, is that it then?
Yep.
Okay.
Samara.
Okay, good. Thank you for your time. And Samara, would you like to begin? Unmute. You're muted. Mr. Gross, can you unmute Samara?
It looks like she's unmuted right now.
Okay, try again. Samara, you can begin. Okay, Mr. Gross, I can't hear her. Can anyone hear her? No.
I do not hear her, but she is unmuted according to us.
Yeah, I do see that. I don't know how else to. Samara, can you just check your computer, please? Okay. Any of our technical folks have any suggestions?
Samara, you can try hitting the audio and video tab at the top and go to your speaker and microphone settings. And from there, your microphone, try to use the system microphone if that's not already selected.
Now I lost her completely. Oh, there she is. Oh, I hear something, Samara. Oh. Mr. Gross, do we have that phone number that Samara can call in? I'll just say a few words about the next presentation while she can call in, perhaps. Can you post that?
Sure do. I'll share my screen right now.
Samara, try using a telephone. Okay, while we're waiting for Samara, while we're waiting for Samara to call in, the next presentation will be our budget first preliminary presentation, and that is a budget hearing. Preliminary, it'll happen twice. Tonight is the first hearing of that presentation, and then on April 26th, I believe, will be the second and final hearing, and we'll talk about what that means to the public before that. I think we may be connecting with Samara. Is that happening, Mr. Gross?
I am looking for her name in the list here. I do not see her yet.
Okay, I think we might have to move on in a minute or so.
Okay, whenever you'd like, you just let me know.
Well, let me just also inform the public that one of the reasons why we're having the public forum after the presentation is because in case anyone listens to the presentation and has questions that, and also the agenda items. So I hope the public understands, and I know it takes a while for get to that forum. Mr. Gross, we don't see, I see some gray area, but I don't see Samara calling in. So I want to apologize to her for our technical difficulties, but I believe we should move on. Or does anybody have another suggestion? Okay. I think we will have to move to the next agenda item. Samara, okay, now I see you. Unmute your microphone, because now I see the microphone muted and it wasn't like that before. There you go. There you go. I think you're on. No. Okay, Samara, I'm going to thank efforts, but I believe we may have to move on. Did you try calling the telephone number and that didn't work either? Oh, I'm so sorry. If we can get through, it might be a little later and you're still on, we'd love to hear from you. But otherwise, thank you for your attendance. Okay, are you okay with that? All right, great. I'm not okay with it, but I'm glad you are. I'm sure you have plenty to say and we'd love to hear from you, but technical difficulties, as you are well aware. All right, we will move on. Presentation for the budget is next, I believe. I don't know if Dr. Alvick wants to begin or if Mr. Gorski just wants to go right through.
Yep, no, I will begin. Mr. Gross, do you have the presentation?
Yes, let me share it right now and then we'll just confirm that you guys can see it.
Okay.
Okay, I've put it up on the screen. Can you guys see it?
Yes. Okay, so this budget presentation has been created to give the information to the board and the public on our 2021-2022 school year. Next slide. So I want to thank the members of the Board of Education and our student board representatives who always have a hand in everything that we're doing and oversee what we're doing. Next slide. A special thanks to the Finance Committee. They had some preview of some of the attachments that we're presenting this evening. So Mr. Chiarella is the chairperson of Finance, Ms. Bierman is the vice chair, Ms. Belko, Mr. Nicotinsky, Ms. Arminio as ex officio, and Mr. Flory is the alternate. Next slide. So as always, what guides our budget development is our vision and mission statement for the districts. Our vision statement is the Monroe Township Board of Education commits itself to all children by preparing them to reach their full potential and to function in a global society through a preeminent education. Next slide. Our mission statement is the Monroe Public Schools, in collaboration with the members of the community, shall ensure that all children receive an exemplary education by well-trained, committed staff in a safe and orderly environment. Next slide. The other piece that guides our budget development that began back in October are our district goals. So these were the district goals that were approved by the Board of Education last fall. Goal number 1 was to engage the school community in the development of a strategic action plan for Monroe Township School District, which we are in the process of doing. Goal number 2, develop a referendum project by working with the community using the latest enrollment projections to address student growth. Again, that's something that we're working on with primarily it's been with the BG&T committee, but we're moving forward with that. Goal number 3 is to revise as necessary and execute the Monroe Township School District Restart and Recovery Plan for the 2021 school year. This will include meeting all health and safety requirements in the New Jersey DOE, the Road Back document, assessing all students and addressing learning needs, and incorporating social emotional practices to support students, staff, and families. Next slide. And our board goals for this year were to continue to support the strategic plan and the district's efforts through the pandemic. Goal number 2, continue to evaluate and adopt a plan for enrollment growth and facility needs. And goal number 3, continue professional development for board members and achieve board certification through New Jersey School Board Association's Academy program in 2021. Boardsmanship training to be included within this goal to improve effectiveness of the board, and this is a 2-year goal. Okay, next slide. So basically the 2021-22 school year budget was developed within specific parameters that were set forth by the board's philosophy. Sorry, it's been a long day. Board's philosophy directive. So the directive from the board after we met for the philosophy meeting back in the fall was to prepare a comprehensive budget within very tight revenue constraints. We want to meet the needs of 433 projected additional students and the 1,500 current unhoused students. The 433 projected additional students are what's projected in the most recent demographer study. We understand and have made adjustments as we created the budget that we're not expecting 433. That's the number from the demographers. We're planning more for about 200 to 250, which has been our annual increase of students. Perform only capital outlay projects required for health and safety. replace the buses in accordance with the retirement schedule, and replace contracted bus routes with new in-house fleet. A limited expansion of curriculum and staffing, and budget to cap to meet the needs of student growth. So this budget has been professionally constructed to afford every student an opportunity for an exemplary education to follow our mission and vision statements. Opportunity is made available through a comprehensive curriculum which offers diverse course offerings and co-curricular clubs and activities. And we do believe that our proposed budget continues to become more efficient, as evidenced by a successful county budget efficiency review, whereas Monroe was exemplified for many best financial practices. Next slide. Several key budgetary considerations as we were going through the entire budget process. Number one is our increased enrollment, our aging facilities, which has been an ongoing discussion through our BG&T and finance committees. The New Jersey Student Learning Standards, these are the standards that guide all of our curriculum and instruction. Student-teacher ratios, making sure that our class sizes are try to remain as low as possible within our constraints of the increased enrollment, and to always be aware of the tax impact on our community. Next slide. So from the time that we met back in the fall, where we established the budget philosophy, many steps have happened to get to this point this evening. The administration have looked at the enrollment patterns and the projections. We've met with the building administration and our supervisors, our district administration, to review all staffing needs across the district. Then each department, each school develops their budget, their actual budget. And then every budget, every school and department budget goes through a very strict budget defense rounds. We then pay attention to the governor's budget address, where we learn of what our award of state aid is going to be. And that brings us here to this evening, which is the adoption of the tentative budget and the public hearing. So I'm going to turn it over to Dr. Lehman, who will take the next couple of slides.
So this is just a brief overview of some of the areas we focused in the budget: staff and curriculum, transportation, and aging facility needs. Next slide. So what programs are in the budget? On the curriculum and instruction side, the New Jersey Department of Education has adopted some 2020 New Jersey Student Learning Standards. We're in the process of a multi-year curriculum revision. So the state has outlined a timeline for us, and we are well in the process of updating all our documents and tweaking, revising as necessary to meet those updated standards. We will continue to do that through curriculum writing and mapping. Multi-tiered systems of support and differentiated instruction. Those are two other topics that are on there. As we transition to a post-COVID environment, I think we could start using that term hopefully with some enthusiasm sooner than later. Those two areas are areas in which we will focus to meet the needs of our students as we transition back to whatever the post-COVID environment looks like. And that's really the focus. What do we take away from this current hybrid remote environment, and how do we merge it and meld it and move forward with a new post-COVID education system? So we focused on our multi-tiered systems of support. So that would be in-school and after-school supports for students. That's a staffing piece and a programmatic piece. We will continue to update our textbooks as necessary. We have some textbooks that are definitely in need of replacement, and we will adopt those new textbook series. As we continue to move forward with our curriculum writing and mapping, a huge piece of that is the assessment piece, and also getting a feel for where our students are educationally coming out of the post-COVID or coming into the post-COVID environment. NWEA MAP is a assessment that we utilize. It's an adaptive assessment that gives us a pulse of what the students are ready to learn. It's something we've been doing for many years, and we can compare students' progress pre-COVID, during COVID, and eventually post-COVID, so we can see where and if there were any learning gaps. Running records is an example of some of the things we do on a daily basis or a weekly or monthly basis to kind of track students' reading progress. Another initiative and another piece we have embedded in this budget is to address the whole child, the social emotional learning and needs of the students, as well as a focus on diversity as we move forward into a post-COVID environment. And then along with all of those topics, we have professional development that's threaded throughout it, our professional memberships for our staff, and then AVID is an entire program that meets the needs of a group of our students, a population of our middle students is how we could categorize those students. Next slide. Mr. Gorski.
Thank you, Dr. Lehman. Specifically, what's included in this 21-22 year budget? Personnel. As you have heard during our board training, about 80 to 85% of the district budget is fixed cost, meaning it's contractual labor agreements or other contractual obligations that the district has very little latitude in changing. There's a personnel increase between 3 and 3.5% in accordance with the labor agreements throughout the budget. In addition, because of student enrollment growth and the number of new sections, there are 21 new personnel, mainly teaching staff, with a strong emphasis on special education throughout the different objects in the budget. The total cost of that staff, including benefits, is $1,288,000. What's missing from that line is some of these staff will be eliminating extra 17% sections that are in the current budget. So the cost of adding a full-time staff member is being offset by some of the reduced extra sections that we currently have. Instructional resources, there are textbooks budgeted for $303,676 to keep current with new textbook adoptions and series in accordance with the curriculum plan. Technology, $3.3 million of technological equipment's being purchased in this year's budget, and it's being proposed to be lease purchased over 5 years, which means that you are getting $3.3 million of instructional equipment, and you are budgeting for about 20% of that cost over the 5-year lease. And that best matches the equipment cost with its useful life. So that is a wonderful way to finance this equipment, especially with interest rates somewhere around 1% that we're expecting. Transportation costs. This year, we are replacing 6 54-passenger buses with cameras at a cost of $650,000. These 6 54-passenger buses are required by statute and board policy to be replaced due to age restrictions. Next slide, please. Also included in this budget, we're very pleased to have a lengthy list of capital improvements. These are health and safety, as Dr. Alvick pointed out before, but there's also a contribution here with a roof that maintains our annual progress to meet the needs of the long-range facility plan within the budget, within the cap. Specifically, that's the roof replacement project for the 1997 wing at the Monroe Township Middle School, including ancillary support roofs. There's also engineering design for replacement of HVAC equipment and controls, flooring projects at Barclay Brooks School, updated bathroom facilities at the middle school, remove existing HVAC rooftop equipment at Mill Lake School, which is presenting a leaking problem, replace VAT tile as requested by the Adhera plan. That's the asbestos management plan, and that's at the Monroe Township Middle School, and replace carpet and floor tile at Woodland School. Total cost, $1.3 million. Next slide, please. Where does the money come from? This is a snapshot of our revenues for the 21-22 budget. 3.61% is coming from recycled fund balance. That's a product of administration's management of a previous budget that created savings that rolls over to this year as a revenue source much needed. Transfer from other funds, less than 1%. Local taxes, unfortunately, is still extraordinarily high at 85%. It is gradually coming down as this district is getting a larger share of state aid distributed under S2. but it is still a very high number. Tuition, about 3%. Transportation fees, about 0.25%. Miscellaneous revenue, about 0.4%. Extraordinary and Medicaid reimbursement, about 1/3%. State aid is now up to 5.71%. Federal aid, unfortunately, is under 1%. Next slide, please. This shows the calculation of the term going to cap. This is what it means right here in this slide, figuratively. It starts with the 2021 tax levy, the current year tax levy for the general fund, $108,062,000. Monroe is ineligible for any enrollment adjustment, despite the fact that we're one of the fastest growing districts, because this trend line is prepared by the state, and we have been ineligible for any enrollment adjustment for the last few years. So our pre-budgeted adjusted levy is $108,062,000. That then is inflated by 2%. That's the 2% cap. It allows you to grow to $110,223,519. As we've previously warned, we have no more banked cap. That is where prior budgets have been put together and adopted under the maximum spending authority, or cap. All of that has been utilized last year to get the budget to balance. So the 2021 tax levy is capped at 2%, which is an increase of just over $2.1 million. Next slide, please. Key facts on Monroe state aid. There are two types of state aid. There is equalization aid, and we've had a lot of questions about this. Dr. Alvick responded a very detailed response to a resident about this. And equalization aid is designed to support a district's adequacy budget. In our state aid notice, there is a calculation on our adequacy calculation. It's updated every year. And the state of New Jersey has designed a type of state aid to support districts' adequacy budget, and that is called equalization aid. Equalization aid is distributed to districts based upon wealth and income. According to the state's assessment in the current funding formula, School Funding Reform Act of 2008, Monroe has been ineligible for equalization aid going back to when the School Funding Reform Act of 2008 was instituted into law back in 2008. It is because there is not enough state aid to go around to support all districts' adequacy budget, and although there's an extreme percentage of state mandates contained in the adequacy budget, the state says if your income and your property wealth numbers are too high, which are also calculated on a sheet in the state aid notice, which is posted on the website, you are ineligible. The second type is a type of state aid designed to reimburse districts on categories of eligibility, hence categorical aid. This is awarded by the number of students who qualify for each individual aid category. Monroe qualifies for a few categories, but it is limited due to over-adequacy status, so it is phased out to an extent. We'll have more on that in a moment. General fund state aid is still only about 6% of our total revenue to support the school budget, and is one of the lowest state aid per pupil ratios in the county. Next slide, please. This shows a comparative schedule of last year's state aid and the 21-22 state aid that just was announced from our state aid award. Again, you see no equalization aid. Categorical special education aid was $3.3 million. It's going now up to $5 million. All of the other types of aid, including security aid and transportation aid, are the same. So total state aid is increasing by the amount represented in categorical aid of $1,635,083, which is a 26% increase above last year. And it was quite necessary in order for us to balance this budget without any cuts to existing programs and services. Without this additional state aid, we would have had a much harder time getting this budget to balance without making some painful cuts. But fortunately, we're able to avoid that because of the state aid increase. Next is some handouts. First is the sources of revenue. This is available in board docs. It's a public document, and it shows every category of revenue from the 2020-2021 budget to the proposed 2021-2022 budget. And what's noteworthy here is fund balance is increasing by $1.8 million. That's because general fund excess surplus grew from $3.2 million to $5.1 million. The next category is transfers from other fund. We are recommending a transfer from capital reserve account of $370,000 to offset some of the areas of capital improvement that we just talked about. We also have a one-to-one initiative refresh plan for the 2021-2022 school year. That is where we will auction off all of the 3-year-old devices that are used for student instruction and used by staff for instruction. And they will be auctioned off to the highest bidder. And then we will recommend to the board through a process to replace them with new devices that are to be leased. There is an iPad a renewal surplus account that has a balance of $500,000 that's being transferred intentionally according to board policy for that purpose. Unfortunately, in this category, we do not have any money to transfer over from retained earnings from the Falcon Care ECE funds, as they were impaired by the school closures and COVID. Local taxes are going up $2.1 million, which is the 2% cap, and the debt service fund is falling by $401,000 thanks to the refunding that occurred last year, where the amount of principal and interest that's required for the 21-22 school year is $401,000 less. Other revenues consist of transportation fees, advertising, and miscellaneous revenue, which has taken a significant drop from the previous year of about $500,000. All those other items are the same as what was budgeted last year. State aid, we talked about that, going up $1.6 million in categorical special ed aid. And unfortunately, we're losing some of the grant aid that came, including Securing Our Children's Future bond, which was Alyssa's grant. That's not available for the 21-22 budget, so it's a slight decrease in revenues for that. Debt service aid is dropping slightly as our amortization schedules mature. And federal aid is required to be budgeted at a conservative amount compared to the prior year due to the instability of funding for that. So overall, revenues are growing 2.72% in all funds, as delineated in the sources of revenue schedule, which is A. Also presented for disclosure is our state aid history going back to the 2008-2009 school year through the proposed 2021-2022 school year. We are still in the implementation of S2, which is a modification of the School Funding Reform Act of 2008. We anticipate slight increases in state aid for the next 3 years until Monroe, which was one of the most underfunded districts, reaches full funding. So that will fully fund the funding formula for Monroe in 3 years. And it's on a phase-in about the halfway to that point right now. That accounts for the $1.6 million increase that you see this year. Next slide, please. Now we're going to talk about appropriations. And as you would imagine, appropriations or spending that's been reserved in the budget is driven by student enrollment. You can see the steady enrollment increases here from the 13-14 school year through the 20-21 school year, which is extracted right from our application for state school aid report. That report is audited by the state of New Jersey and the board's independent auditors, and those numbers have been confirmed. In the far right column is, as Dr. Alvik pointed out, our best estimate provided by a third party, which is from Ross Haber and Associates, a report completed in February of 2020, which is projecting 7,361 students for the 21-22 school year. We don't expect it to grow that greatly, but you can anticipate, as Dr. Alvik said, between 200 and 250 students next year. And the phase-in of new housing is supposed to intensify over the next 5-year period, contributing the most of the new enrollment to the district during that period, according to our demography. Next slide, please. Where does the money go? We put together a pie chart here showing you where the money goes. Specific to instructional education, special ed, related services, tuition, is about 53% of the budget. And that's a conservative allocation because it does not take into consideration anything in the left bottom column for benefits associated with all of those staffing members specific to instruction. Had you included that and did a rationing of those numbers, the instructional portion would be above 60 to 65%. Athletics, co-curricular, 1.32%. Debt service is about 7.28%. That's significantly down. It was about 9% a few years ago, but because of all the refundings and the maturing of our amortization schedules, it's becoming less prominent. Administrative spending is less than 3%. We have a couple attractive slides coming up on that category. Capital projects is 1%, grants is 1%, and a combination of other items and other is about 8%. Transportation, finally, is 5%. Next slide, please. We've also made public an appropriation schedule comparing the 2020-2021 to the 2021-2022 budget. It shows all the categories for regular programs instruction, special education program instruction, basic skills, bilingual education instruction, student activities, and so on. And we put a little bit of extra effort into this year to try to segregate the different programs by so-called regular programs in black that cannot be allocated to special education. Those that are directly attributable to special education have a blue title, and those that are a blend or a combination of both are purple. And you could see from that this district's commitment to special education. Next slide, please. As I mentioned, this is the latest information from the Taxpayer Guide to Educational Spending. And if anybody wants to compare your school district spending in a variety of 21 different categories to other school districts in a category of K-12 with 3,500 plus students enrollment, this is the document for you. And we've extracted a couple very favorable presentations here on administrative spending. As you can see here, the district spending per pupil is $1,451. These are actual spending numbers. The state average is $1,626. The state median, $1,690. Next slide, please. This is budgetary cost per pupil from the 2020 Taxpayer Guide to Educational Spending. And it presents that the district amount per pupil is $14,996. The state median is $15,756. The state average, $15,904. We are below the county average and the county limit in the Department of Education budget software. Next slide, please. Dr. Alvik, Dr. Lehman, Mrs. Allen, and I put a lot of effort into efficiencies throughout this district. I'm not going to go through all of these details here because they're posted on the website. They're also in the user-friendly budget, but you can see here some very attractive cost savings from shared services that reduce the need to grow the budget. It's an efficient way to run operations here that we're very proud of. We have, next page, please. 2 pages of this information that I would strongly encourage everyone to take a look at. Next page, please. What factors influence the tax rate? Well, number 1, state aid. It's no coincidence that those districts with high amounts of state aid, about 50% of their revenues, have a very low tax rate. Monroe is not in that category, unfortunately. But one thing we are able to influence is the amount of fund balance applied. Dr. Alvick, Dr. Lehman, Mrs. Allen, and I joined purchasing consortiums. We shared services and a whole bunch of other reasons are able to not spend every dollar that's budgeted and appropriated every year. And that creates excess surplus that carries over a revenue source to future budgets, eliminating the need to go above cap or make cuts. Most important variable in the tax rate is ratables. In simple terms, ratables are the aggregate property values throughout the community that the state of New Jersey bases school taxes on. It takes the school levy and divides by the amount of ratables. And where you have a ratable increase like this, where last year it increased by 1.36% or 105 million, to what we have been provided by the township for 21-22, which is an incredible 3.1% increase, or an increase in the valuation of ratables to $244 million. That is a lot more people and a lot more property sharing in the tax levy, which makes everybody's individual rate decrease. In very simple terms, it's like if you rented a Netflix movie and it cost $5 and you had 10 people watching it, everybody's rate would be 50 cents. But if you had 20 people watching it, it would be 25 cents. Everybody's rate goes down. So the effect of budgeting to cap with this kind of ratable growth is an incredibly good leading factor to the tax rate. And the next slide, Mr. Gross, is the highlight of this presentation. Of course, where we're spending the money is most important, but this slide speaks for itself. My first year here as business administrator, we presented a budget that was 18.5-cent increase with a second question that took it to over 21 cents of increase. These are the last 3 years. 2.17 cent increase, 2.6 cent increase. And this year, with this proposed budget, we're presenting a tax decrease, a school tax decrease of 1.6 cents. For the average assessed home in 2020, your school taxes increased $68.87. They went up in 2021 to $83.84. For 21-22, they are decreasing for the average assessed home by $52.51. So what you're getting is a very comprehensive budget that cuts no existing programs or services, does an incredible job reallocating staff from schools with declining enrollment to those that are increasing. That requires a review of certifications and to move staff around, which is a very difficult job. Meeting all of the needs of the 5-year facility plan that we could fit, and to have a tax decrease. Now, where we like to end on this being the really highlight of the presentation, there are some challenges here with the school district still, and that is the bottleneck on revenues. This district is still growing, and the demands of student enrollment growth, the demands of existing school facilities, and the need for upgrades and additions is requiring more revenues than the funding formula is allowing to provide for. So we are still challenged on the revenue side, but living within our cap and with ratable growth as strong as it's been, this is a fantastic tax consequence. So that concludes our presentation. And at this time, I would like to read a resolution to the board. And then it'll be followed by board deliberation and then the public hearing, and then a vote. This way, the public is a part of watching all of the activities before the board members actually vote. So it is recommended to the Monroe Township Board of Education that the 2021-2022 tentative general fund budget be adopted in the amount of $129,729,771 and a local tax levy in the amount of $110,223,519 and a tentative special revenue fund in the amount of $1,296,687 and a tentative debt service budget in the amount of $10,289,968 and a tentative debt service local tax levy in the amount of $10,092,104, whereby the tentative 2021-2022 budget totals $141,316,426. And whereas the Monroe Township Board of Education has been notified of state aid amounts, and whereas such state amounts are for the 21-22 categorical special education aid is $5,017,004. For the 21-22 categorical security aid, $103,764. For the 21-22 categorical transportation aid is $2,753,019. And the 21-22 debt service aid is $197,863. And whereas the Monroe Township Board of Education has estimated a state aid amount pursuant to application, and for the 21-22 school year, the estimated extraordinary aid amount is $397,484. And whereas policy number 6471 and NJAC 6A:23A-7.3 provides that the Board of Education shall establish in the annual school budget a maximum expenditure amount that may be allotted for travel and expense reimbursement for the 21-22 school year. Now therefore be it resolved that the Monroe Township Board of Education hereby establishes the school district travel maximum for the 21-22 school year at the tentative sum of $158,422. And be it further resolved that the school business administrator shall track and record these costs to ensure the maximum amount is not exceeded. And be it further resolved that the Monroe Township Board of Education authorizes the transfer of $500,000 from the general fund iPad reserve fund balance, iPad insurance fund, to provide revenues for the anticipated refresh of the high school instructional devices. And be it further resolved that the members of the Monroe Township Board of Education authorize and approve a withdrawal from the capital reserve account in the amount of $550,000 to Fund 12 Construction Services, account 12-000-400-450 for the partial roof replacement of the Monroe Township Middle School 1997 wing, including ancillary support roof structures, for which an amendment to the district's long-range facility plan will be submitted and a project number will be applied for. And whereas due to consistent student enrollment growth, facility needs, and other priorities set forth in the board's budget philosophy resolution, the board is budgeting to maximum spending authority. Now, therefore, let it be resolved that the superintendent of schools and the business administrative board secretary file the required documents with the executive county superintendent of schools. May I ask for a first and a second on this motion?
Motion.
Mr. Chiarella, is there a second?
Second.
Second.
Spearman. And then that turns it over to the board members for discussion.
Before the public budget, anyone want to a question at this time to our administrators?
You're breaking up.
Mr. Arminia, we can hardly hear you. I'm assuming that you're asking for the board members to see if there are any questions.
Yes.
Okay.
I do.
Is that better?
Yes. Thank you.
Any board members?
Yes.
Mr. Chiarella, Chair of
Yes.
the Budget Committee. Yes.
Yes, thank you. So thank you very much for the presentation, Mr. Gorski and Dr. Alvick and Dr. Lehman. I'm very happy to see that we're actually going to be cutting taxes this year. I'm also happy to see that we haven't had any cuts to transportation or to our core programs or any of our programs. I would, though, like to just say a couple things with regards to the 3% increase in ratables. So although that does seem like a good thing in the short run, in the long run, it's not such a great thing. So even using the Netflix analogy, you know, it's great that we have more people sharing the cost of Netflix, to use your analogy. But what happens is that cost only comes down until we need to build more houses to house the people that are watching Netflix. And we're at the point now where that 3% increase in ratables is great, but on the other side, it's going to cost us even more money because we have to build more schools because our children are unhoused. So in the short term, it's a good thing. In the long term, we have a lot more work to do. The 1.6 million was a good thing. I think a couple years ago, you put in your budget presentation that the future is uncertain, but the end is always near. And I think that now more than ever, that really pertains to what's going on with our budgeting now and over the next couple of years. That's it. Thank you.
Mr. Polari?
President Arminio, how are you? Very quick, thank you very much, Mike, for a wonderful presentation. I sort of have a mixed feelings about the overall budget. Just looking at from at a macro level, the number actually went down from 2021 to 2022. So a couple of items, I have like 3 or 4 questions if you don't mind me asking. You talked about the equalization aid, and you said we're not eligible based on the current income rate and the wealth of the community. What is that information based on? Because last meeting, I remember looking at the demographic or socioeconomic data that's from the 2010, 2011 timeframe, and I hope we're not looking at the same data to come up with the equalization aid.
Madam President?
Yes, please.
Thank you. On the district website, we've posted the state aid notice. And on page 3 of the state aid notice, there is the equalization aid calculation, where in detail you will see the numbers that go into not only the calculation of the district's adequacy budget, which is on the left part of the page, but also the calculation of what's known as local fair share. And that's the calculation that examines the district's wealth, being property valuation, and also income levels. And where they determine that your income levels and your wealth exceed your adequacy budget, so the local fair share calculation on line V as in Victor is greater than the adequacy budget in U, which it is, the local fair share calculation comes to $127,090,000. The adequacy budget is $103,394,000. That makes you ineligible for equalization aid, which is the difference between the two. So I would encourage you to look at page 3 of the state aid notice, and that will give you all of the calculations to noodle on.
A little bit off the beaten path here. You talked about the 3-year lease for the equipment to be returning and procuring new equipment for high school. And I'm assuming that you're speaking of specifically the iPads. Given the situation we have with the capital investment that we need at some of the schools, what are the implications of extending that 3-year lease to a 4-year, continue to work with the equipment we have, and then see if there are any savings that we could use for capital improvements? And you will see that the series of questions that I have is really focused on how we can save some money to address some of the needs of the capital investment in some of our schools to safely accommodate students. That's my main concern. So is that something that we can look at? Is that possible? If so, what would be the number?
Ms. Arminio, I'm gonna ask for those who are best suited to answer that question is Dr. Alvik and Dr. Lehman, but I will tell you over the years, I've been satisfied with the presentation that after a 3-year period, the salvage value of these devices falls off a cliff, and you will not receive anything material from auction. But Dr. Alvick, Dr. Lehman, could you speak more about that?
Oh, there was also, we did this in the past where we extended it by a year. It ended up costing the district more money in two ways. One way was because the Apple Care, which is the insurance that we utilize for all of our iPads, doesn't extend to a fourth year. It had an additional cost to the district in order to extend it to that fourth year, because we know that Apple, it doesn't really support their products after a certain amount of time. The other piece that we also lost money on is we take all of those devices and we sell them, and we resell them back. We put them out for bid, and we usually get, and we have in the last couple refresh, we get enough to cover almost 1 year of that 3-year cost. If we wait until a fourth year, we don't get the same buyback value.
Okay. Fair enough. No, great answer. I appreciate that. One of the things that I also saw with the capital projects was less than 1%. Mr. Gorski has presented, I believe it's 0.94% of the overall budget. That's unconceivable in my mind, that given the status and the stage of some of the structures that we have, I'm not sure how we're going to survive with less than 1% in capital program. That's an area of concern, and that's where I'm really concerned with at the macro level. As I said, the numbers went down, which is a good thing. But at the same time, we do have some capital investment funds that are needed at some point of time, probably sooner than later. And also, I've seen that per student cost of about $14.51 or so. Now, Mr. Gorski, does that vary from year to year? And what is the trend? Is it increasing or is it decreasing?
Madam President?
Yes, please.
Mr. Pelori, I certainly agree with you with your comments on the capital improvements and the need for more revenues to invest there. We have a long-range facility plan that had a balance of $8 million outstanding the last time I looked at it. We have a responsibility to meet those facility needs. We just have, as I mentioned, a restriction on revenues and an inability to do so while still meeting the needs of students and programs. Yeah. So I do agree with you. Maybe the state will come back, and maybe we could try to lobby for what was ROD grants before. That's where they reimbursed us 40% of the cost. But that requires more state aid. As far as per pupil costs, there's been two favorable factors on Monroe's per pupil cost. Number one is a very tight cap on the budget and the only ability to grow the levy by 2%, while our enrollment is still growing. Those two variables lead to a real headwind on that per pupil cost growing. So it has been flat to slightly decreasing. I think what we presented in the comprehensive annual financial report was a decrease of like 0.8%. So our per pupil costs are growing conservatively for those two factors, that the budget is tightly capped and the student enrollment continues to grow steadily.
Okay, I'll leave you with 2 points that I want to make. Number one is that I don't know any more information than anybody else listening to this meeting in terms of the tax revenues coming in from the state. But if last year is an indication of what could be this year, let us be prepared that the aid that we're being promised may not come in its entirety. To me, that's still a possibility. So let's plan for the worst case scenario. Number two is that I've been asking this for quite some time, and I think prioritizing the capital improvement needs that we have across the district and seeing what is needed in the near term. Near term I define as is 1 to 2 years, and make sure that we have adequate budget to at least to some level to fix these things is extremely important. I understand it's a long-term facilities program in place, but some of these improvements that are needed may not be a long-term, they're all short-term. So as an engineer, all I can offer to the board and to the community is that we need to have a plan, and we need to plan. We need to work our plan and plan the work. So we need to make sure that we have that list that's available to us and the cost associated with it, so that we can program each of these improvements in a programmatic way. Thank you very much, Madam President.
Anyone else? I just like to make a couple statements. One, I want the public to be fully aware that the budget presented for budget, we do have a debt budget that is set from, I mean, in this operational budget, Mr. Gorski, you can make a more eloquent statement than I explaining this. In our operational budget, we have a debt service, which means we are paying our interest and principal on the debt that we owe. But we have a separate figure of how much debt we actually owe. And Mr. Gorski, could you just tell what that is at this time, or approximately?
Yes, it was approximately $119 million. And if you want specifics on that number, it is disclosed in the most recent comprehensive annual financial report that's listed on the district website. But to my memory, it was about 119 million. It is decreasing by about $6 million a year, which and the amount of principal, just like with the home mortgage, is increasing over time, less interest, more principal, and then the bonds are getting paid off.
I just wanted the public to be aware of that we are paying that down, and the cost of paying it down is in the operational budget, but there is a separate debt that we have incurred. Also, and the money from the state that we just received, what is it, 0.6 million approximately?
Yes.
Okay, I also want, and we are grateful for that because we would have had a shortfall had that not occurred. However, I do believe that state aid came from the state borrowing due to the COVID pandemic under the emergency borrowing that the governor was able to do. So there is no silver lining with COVID. However, that money really probably would not have been available without the pandemic. Is that a reasonable statement, or can you shed some light on that?
Are you asking me? In my opinion,
Yes,
I think it's a reasonable statement.
Okay.
The state had to get federal funds and also borrow in order to meet its budget
Right.
revenue numbers, which then flow to school districts.
Right. So, I mean, as happy as I am that we are getting that money, I think we have to be cautiously optimistic that we may or may not get any more. Once the state starts to have to balance that budget, we may not be able to get more than that. And in terms of capital improvements and the facility expansion needs, Mr. Pelori, I totally agree with you. However, once again, we have to. I think it is not something that the board certainly would not. Our backs are against the wall again with the increasing student enrollment, and that is something we don't have control over. I think as a board, especially this board, the 2021 board, is really looking and working very, very hard to maintain the quality of education and academic pursuits that we have. But it is increasingly difficult for us because we have such pressure on us to, with our increased enrollment. And I think that's all I have to say about that. Anybody else care before we open it to the public? No. Mr. Gross, if you open this to the public, I would like the public to understand that this is about the budget only. We will have another public forum after this, but this is to ask any questions regarding, because this is an official public hearing on the budget.
Okay, sounds good. I'm going to share the screen that'll give the call-in number, if you don't mind, for a minute.
Good. Thank you.
Make sure everybody can see that call-in number there.
Okay. Let me just say it. It's 408-418-9388. Access code 129-662-2211. And thank you.
Okay.
Anybody?
Stop sharing. Right.
Okay. Do we have anyone who would like to speak?
It doesn't look like I have anybody with their hands raised right now.
Okay, give it 30 seconds. Anyone in the public would like to speak to the budget?
Just got one here.
Okay.
Madam Board President, we have Sarah Aziz. Sarah, would you
please.
like video with this?
Sure. Hello, Mrs. Aziz. Please go ahead.
Sure.
You can go ahead and grant yourself video.
Hi. I'm Sarah Aziz, 3 Lancelot Drive. I would like to thank the administration led by Dr. Alvik, Dr. Lehman, and Mr. Gorski for their work on the budget. I'm glad that it includes no increase to school taxes and that it in fact includes a little bit of a decrease. Every little bit helps. As a parent of special needs child, I'm happy to see greater action. It's also good to see an increase in our teachers' compensation as they have been working very hard during this
Mrs. Aziz,
pandemic.
we're having a problem hearing you. Did you want to just repeat the last sentence, please?
As a parent of a special needs child, I'm especially glad to see greater investments in special education. It's also good to see increases in teachers' compensation because they've been working so hard during this pandemic, learning to teach both remotely and in person simultaneously. I also want to thank all the board members and community members, both past and present, who have lobbied our legislators for an increase in state aid. Although the additional state aid we received is not as much as we need, it is a step in the right direction, and certainly without it, there would have been cuts. Looking at the schedules that were posted online, I do have a couple questions about some revenue items, specifically in the other revenue section under miscellaneous revenue, there was a decrease of about $509,000. I wanted an explanation for that. And additionally, I was surprised to see a $700,000 decrease in federal aid because I thought that the federal government was going to invest more in education, or at least there was some law in the pipeline to that effect. So I wanted some explanation on that.
Mr. Gorski, would you like to start with that? Unmute, please.
Sorry about that. Miscellaneous revenue is a compilation of various revenue sources, including interest on any savings accounts that the district has. It has a considerable contribution from use of building fees, which unfortunately with the pandemic dried up. So, we wanted to budget conservatively with miscellaneous revenue, so not to overshoot like we did last year, which erodes surplus. So the $444,351 is mainly miscellaneous revenues from anticipated use of building reoccurring, different jointures with other school districts, and programs that aren't categorized anywhere else. As far as federal aid, there is a Department of Education requirement that you have to budget a 15% decrease in federal programs, which is a conservative amount, not to overshoot the amount of revenues you anticipate coming from the federal government, because it fluctuates every year and it is vulnerable to cuts. So that doesn't leave districts with programs and commitments that they can't meet. Generally, though, your observation is correct. We do wind up receiving more federal aid than is presented. But again, out of conservatism and the budget guidelines, you will see some decreases there. Also, there are some programs that were COVID specific that are not materializing for 21-22.
How much are building use fees?
It varies every year. It could be as much as $200,000 to $300,000.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Gorski, are we anticipating after this new administration, the federal administration, after they've signed, I think that President Biden signed the new COVID relief bill, and it does have some federal funds for education, I believe. I don't know that. Is that a possibility? Of course. Does anyone know, or does Mr. Gagliardi maybe have an idea about that? Mr. Gagliardi, I'll let you answer first. Mr. Gorski might have something. Anybody following that?
Thank you, Madam President. I don't know that it's going to be able to benefit the Monroe Township Board of Education by the time that money trickles down in terms of the budget you're preparing for this year. So I think that's really the challenge. You may get the money because I know there's been talk about it, but I don't think it will be able to affect what you plan as far as the 2021-2022 budget is concerned.
Thank you. Mr. Gorski, do you have any insight into that? Or
No, I concur with Mr. Gagliardi. That's a good observation.
okay. Mr. Gross, anyone else?
Yes, I have Pradeep Malam.
Thank you, Mr.
Pradeep, would you like video with this?
Pradeep, we can hardly hear you.
He might not be there anymore.
Oh, what he was. And he next. Just watch in case he wants to come back, please.
That is it for questions right now. Oh, we just got one more if you'd like.
Yes, please.
Okay. I have Roshni Shah. Roshni, would you like video?
Hi, actually, I just had a quick question. My son wanted to make a statement. However, it is not related to the agenda, so I wanted to ask permission before allowing him to speak. The second public session is just past his bedtime, so he won't be available then, but I wanted to ask permission before allowing him.
Well, this is on the, I may give you that at the next public forum, which will be maybe another 20 minutes from now. But this is a public hearing. This is sort of an official public hearing that we can't have any other.
If it's 20 minutes from now, that's fine. I just wasn't sure if it was much later.
I'll grant that for your son, but this public hearing is specifically for the budget.
Not a problem. Thank you.
Okay. Anyone else? Okay.
That looks like it for now.
Okay, I believe that because it's a public hearing and it's an official, we need a motion to close the public hearing.
Motion.
Okay, Mr. Chiarella, second, please.
I'll take the second. Oh,
Whoever.
Katie Balco had it.
Okay, Katie. Okay, so the public hearing is now complete. I have the next, Mr. Gorski, you want a roll call for the resolution?
Yes. Yes, ma'am.
Please go ahead.
Okay, this is a roll call on the tentative budget resolution.
Madam President, if I may,
Yes, sir.
you had a motion and a second to close it, but you did not have.
I'm sorry. Okay, can we have Mr. Gorski, let's have a roll call vote, please, for that. Sorry. Thank you, Mr. Gagliardi.
You're welcome, Madam President.
Who made the motion, Mrs. Arminio?
Mr. Chiarella, and I believe then Ms. Belko to close the public portion.
Okay, motion, roll call to close public hearing. Ms. Belko,
Yes.
Ms. Bierman,
Yes.
Mr. Chiarella,
Yes.
Mr. Nicotinsky,
Mr. Nicotinsky, unmute. Leave him till last.
We'll pass on Mr. Nicotinsky. Mr. Pelori,
Yes.
Mr. Rutsky,
Yes.
Ms. Siegel,
Yes.
Ms. Skirby,
Yes.
Mr. Tefano,
Yes.
Madam Board President,
Yes.
and Mr. Nicotinsky.
He has a caution sign on his. I think that's enough to move on, though, correct?
So this motion passes, and we will now have a roll call on the 21-22 preliminary budget. Ms. Belko.
Yes.
Thank you. Ms. Spearman.
Yes.
Mr. Chiarella.
Yes.
Mr. Nicotinsky. We'll pass on this. Mr. Nicotinsky, come back. Mr. Pelori.
Yes.
Mr. Rutsky.
Yes.
Ms. Siegel.
Yes.
Ms. Skirby.
Yes.
Mr. Tefano.
Yes.
Madam Board President.
Yes.
And Mr. Nicotinsky.
He lost power according to his message.
Okay, he lost power, so I will record that as an absent. Motion passes.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Okay, so that preliminary budget is on the books now, and we have, we can take a look at it through the next final public hearing. So hopefully any question that the public or the board has will be answered before the next meeting. Okay, next on the agenda, and just so the public is aware, we'll have the public forum. Anyone like to make their report? Let me know.
Do you mind?
Yes, Mr. Chiarella, please.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Armenio. So we had a Finance Committee meeting on Wednesday, March 10th. The only thing on here, as far as the minutes go for this, is that it mentions that Mr. Rutsky was there. It was actually Ms. Belko who was there. But that's just in the notes for our minutes. But we had a discussion of 3 topics. One was the preliminary budget presentation, which we just went through. And we talked about the tax consequence, which was a 1.6% decrease on the average assessed home. And of course, that'll vary based upon home value. We also talked about an update to the tuition calculation. Mr. Gorski distributed the tuition schedule of adjustment for our SEN received relationship with Jamesburg for the year ending 6/30/20, and updated us indicating that Jamesburg over budgeted paid tuition for students in excess of actual ADA, which is average daily enrollment, and paid a tuition rate greater than actual. The result was budgeted payments exceeding the actual cost by $292,265.55, and the overpayment will be applied against the indebtedness, bringing the balance down to $1.284,450.77. And then the final thing that we reviewed was just the advantages and the disadvantages of going above cap in the budget for either modular units or trailers to alleviate on-house students. I had asked for that to be put in just to better understand what our recourse is. So for instance, if we have another referendum that fails, or if we don't put a referendum out, we still have the needs of our on-house students to contend with. And some of the things that I know I learned, and I think everyone learned, is that although we could do it, if we exceed the 2% cap, if we exceed the 2% budgeted cap, that automatically causes the budget to have to go out to vote in April. The problem with that, though, is that the future, whatever we go out for, would be added to the future levy and then would be part of our future budget. So let's say we exceeded cap by 20 million, and we wanted to go out, and it passed the vote, we would end up with an extra $20 million budget, which would increase taxes for our voters, in perpetuity. So maybe in an emergency instance, it's something that we could look at for smaller expenditures, but to look at our building needs through that method, I don't think it's a great idea. And that's all I had. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam President, may I add one postscript?
Yes,
The
Mr.
state of
Gorski.
New Jersey has certified the per pupil tuition cost for the send receive relationship for grades 9 through 12 at $14,929, which was our calculation submitted. We got that letter today. Thank you.
Okay. And can we post that also? 14,929. 29? Okay, I thought it was 24.
Yes,
24.
if you wish, I'll be happy
Yes,
to.
please. That has been a question the public's been asking, so it's great to give them that information. I would very much appreciate it. Anyone have a question for Mr. Chiarella, or shall we move on? No? Okay. Mr. Rutsky, go ahead.
Yeah, I just wanted to say thank you, Ken, you did a great job presenting those numbers to the T. Sorry for the late email, Michelle, but I just confirmed all those numbers with the Jamesburg Finance Committee this afternoon. So I updated that spreadsheet. Michelle, I sent it to you at, I think, 6:30.
Yeah, yeah.
So just so you know, you have it. I changed the forecast to
Excellent.
actual for 1920. And but yes, the numbers that Ken reported were spot on. But I just wanted to remind you that in your inbox is the updated spreadsheet.
Okay, and
Share
then
with
I'll
the finance committee or whomever.
since it's an actual, I'll send it to Mr. Chiarella and he'll send it out to the board. And that the 200 and some odd thousand that gets distributed to Monroe when? Or is that,
Well,
is that a
that's an
periodic?
overpayment for last year.
So
all
so
looking
we've been
backwards.
paid. We've been paid already.
Correct.
For that money. Okay. Great.
Thank you,
All right, thank you.
Yes. Okay. Next,
I have
Mr.
two committee reports, Michelle.
Okay, Mr. Tofano had his hand
Oh,
up first,
sorry.
if I may.
Sure.
No, I'll let Chrissy Skirby go first.
All right, go ahead, Chrissy.
Sure.
The
Okay,
gentleman.
thank you. We had our community engagement and communications meeting. We had an update on using Facebook to communicate to the community. The district has been posting more and we're receiving good feedback from the community. The committee asked if there was a way for the page to be denoted as official. Adding official will eliminate the questions of the community as to where they should be looking for the official message of the school district. And Dr. Alvick said she would discuss this with Mr. Feldman, and I think following the meeting, he reached out to Facebook and they are looking at doing that. The next part of the meeting was community engagement. We talked about the next steps in advocating for fair funding. There was discussion about the best way to reach out to the community to help advocate for more funding. Ms. Arminio suggested using Facebook. The committee agreed with a letter writing campaign to be created and shared with the community via Facebook. And since the meeting, that has been done as well. The committee discussed the possibility of rescheduling the meeting with the legislatures. Ms. Arminio also said she would reach out to New Jersey School Boards Association for them to possibly come and revisit and review our fair funding fight. We also identified advertising opportunities, or we're going to try to look to identify advertising opportunities at our facilities. The committee discussed advertising for the district. Mr. Gorski shared that there was a line item in the budget of $100,000 this year that we did not meet because of COVID. However, that line item is in the budget again for next year. So the committee agreed if this line item is going to be in the budget, then the district should be looking into how to meet that budgeted revenue. The committee discussed inviting our new AD, Mr. Dowling, to a future meeting to discuss ideas for sponsorship and advertising on our sports fields. Last, we had a grant update. Mr. Gorski and Dr. Alvick shared an update on the grants the district has received to date. And that was the Community Engagement and Communications Committee. And I have a policy committee update as well. So the policy committee met. Yes,
Kirby, Mr. Polori, did you want to ask?
Yes.
Okay.
Unfortunately, I was unable to attend the communications subcommittee as I was out. But I want to add a couple of things. Number one is that there was a bill that's passed. I keep track of these things. Assembly Bill 2455, which establishes a pilot program to support the robotics program in school districts. It's a pilot program at this point. Maybe Dr. Alwick or Dr. Laban can expand on that if they're aware of it. But that's being passed the assembly now. It probably needs approval from the governor to come into law. And also there is another bill that's been introduced and passed in the legislation regarding the evaluation, again, a pilot program of evaluating the impact of COVID on kids, specifically with their mental and psychological impact of COVID. So I think that's an extremely important bill as well that's passing through the assembly. The last one is, I've been wondering.
Polari, excuse me, do you have the number of that evaluative?
No, I don't. That's what I was looking up for, and I could not find it, but I'll get that and get that to you
Send
to track to
us,
see,
yes.
when it goes to Senate and to the governor once it's approved. The one item that we kind of lost track of it since the last board. I remember that the previous board president wrote to a bunch of developers asking for their contributions out of the goodness of their heart, essentially. And I know initially he didn't get a response, but eventually he did get a response. I don't know where that stands. Is there anybody following up to see what the status of those letters are?
Dr. Alvick, I would imagine they went to you or to Mr. Gorski.
I haven't heard anything. I haven't seen any response.
Madam
So
President,
you're saying that, go ahead, Mr. Gorski, sorry.
Sorry, I've only seen the decline that came from the developers.
So, Mr. Polari, have you been in contact with Mr. Rybeck, and has he mentioned that?
No, I did not. No, I did not ask him. I will check with him, and if there is any positive feedback, then I'll bring it to the next month committee meeting. Follow up.
Okay, yeah, I would hope that if he was given information directly, that he would have passed it on to the district.
Right. I would think so too. Yeah. Thank you. That's all I have.
Okay, Miss Kirby, you want to finish up your other committee?
Yes, please. Yeah.
Sorry.
That's okay. The policy committee met. We have some policies that were sent to us from Strauss Esme. First one is bylaw 0145. Strauss Esme updated the bylaw that authorizes a Board of Education to act if a board member fails to attend 3 consecutive meetings of the board without any limitation regarding the meeting's designation as special, regular, or workshop meetings. This interpretation broadens a board's authority to remove a board member who misses 3 consecutive meetings without good cause. In addition, the revised bylaw indicates a board member will be provided at least 48 hours notice in advance of the meeting in which a vote is to be taken to remove the member. This is a mandated bylaw. And we discussed in the committee that this update was coming out of a case that was heard where the board member was being removed, and the claim was that he did not miss 3 consecutive regular meetings, and the court had said that it didn't matter. The specification did not matter. It could be special, regular, or workshop. So we are taking out of our policy the word regular. Regulation 1642, earned sick leave. Strauss Esme has updated Regulation Guide 1642 to incorporate the pertinent amendments to NJSA 34:11D-1. The revisions to the statutes do not require any update to the Policy Guide 1642, and this is a mandated regulation. Policy 1643, family leave. There have been several revisions to the New Jersey Family Leave Act that have been incorporated into a consolidated policy guide number 1643 in relation to COVID-19. Strauss Esme has included the revisions made to the NJFLA addressing the new communicable disease provisions in policy guide 1643, as these provisions are permanent and they do not have an expiration date. And this is also mandated. Policy Guide 1643 consolidates policy guides 3431.1, 4431.1, 3431.3, and 4431.3 into one document. These guides should be abolished by one vote tonight with one motion. And we had policy 1648, Restart and Recovery Plan. The committee asked for the Restart and Recovery policy to be reconciled with the Restart and Recovery Plan that was sent to the state and is on the district website to ensure both documents are up to date. The committee asked to have the policy and Restart and Recovery Plan to include COVID-19 guidelines for quarantine and isolation that is currently a separate document. The committee asked to update the Restart Committee to include the current board president, board vice president, and attorney, since it listed the former board leadership and former attorney. It was also asked that the pandemic response teams are updated, specifically the high school pandemic response team, as some members are not listed. The committee recommended that the administration schedule Restart Committee meetings on a regular basis. It was discussed that the school pandemic team should meet and then bring back their feedback to the Restart Committee, which should then meet to make recommendations to the board. It was also discussed that since the reorganization of the board in January, the board has not been part of any discussion of the planning for reopening schools. The committee recommended to administration to develop the next phases in the reopening of our school district. Last was Regulation 5420, reporting pupil progress. The committee previously asked that this regulation be reviewed by the administration. The regulation was reviewed, and we added the following statement to the end of B3. Quote, if the grade falls below failing at any time after the midpoint of the marking period, parents or legal guardians and pupils will be notified in writing prior to the end of the marking period. And that is the end of my policy update.
I have a question for Ms. Kirby.
Mr. Chiarella, please.
Ms. Kirby, and this might not even go to you. This might be for Dr. Alvick, but part of the Restart program, I read through those documents, and it stated that we don't. Part of the program is not to have any parent groups on the at the schools at this point in time. So I'm just wondering if anything changed, because today when my daughter went for her pictures, there were PTO members, a PTO member in particular, at the door greeting parents and helping them sign in and do things like that. So I'm just wondering if something has changed with regards to that.
Dr. Alvick?
Some of our building use has changed since that policy was written. They're not utilizing it for like outside, like meetings of the groups, but if they're coming in to work with the school administration or the school staff, that would be the difference. We also have some clubs at the high school that have been meeting in person, because specifically our robotics club, because there's upcoming compositions where they have to build their robot. So they were meeting, and there was one other, and I can't remember what it was. There was another one that was approved.
Thank you.
So they were all approved by you, Dr. Alvick, before their attendance?
Yes.
Okay, anyone else? Seeing none, who wants to give the next?
Oh, I think Pete was next.
Oh, yes, Pete, where are you? Mr. Tofano.
Well, I'd have to give Katie the floor, being I gave Chrissy the floor. So go ahead, Katie.
You're such a gentleman. Thank you so much, Peter. So tonight we had the curriculum meeting, and we had a presentation. We were scheduled to have two presentations, but we had one presentation, and there were a lot of questions post-presentation, and so we will hold off and have the second presentation next month. But Dr. Roselle gave a very concise presentation about curriculum development and the revision of curricula and how all that works, and helped sort of frame it so that it could be understood by not only us board members, but also for the public, so they can see. She also gave a really good demonstration of how to browse for the curriculum documents for the entire district on the website, and it is pretty simple. And it's what with her explanation, I think it will make it a little bit easier for parents who want to look and see exactly what it is. And there were some pretty good questions that were asked of them about how their assessments are done and how the differentiation is done. And there were questions about good questions about parents getting a hold of the curriculum and what information that they need. So we'll certainly look at that and perhaps make some suggestions to the curriculum about putting some things out there for parents to be able to make some decisions about the way that differentiation is completed. And then next month we'll get to the computer science and STEM, education. That was Mr. Moraldo and Mrs. Gasco were going to present for the meeting. But I think that this was a good presentation as a good base for as we come into the curriculum season, as they called it, spring and summer, and some of the things that need to be there. So that was the curriculum report.
Any questions for Ms. Belko? None? Okay, Mr. Tofano.
Okay, Buildings and Grounds met on, yes, I am. Buildings and Ground met on March 9th, 2021, with 4 items on the agenda. First item was a school safety flashing traffic sign project bid review. Administration presented bid results Quality Electric Construction Company of Homedale, New Jersey is the apparent low bidder for the project in the amount of $93,700, which is below the original construction estimate. Administration has worked with the township on a shared service agreement for this project. The township will cover the entire cost of this project. A recommendation will be put forth at the next public meeting for board action. The second item on the agenda was the stadium turf track and bleachers project. Administration provided an overview on the history of these components, and new Monroe Township Athletic Director Sean Dowling spoke about his visions for improving and expanding upon these items in a replacement upgrade project. Committee members that adding a rebound wall for use by lacrosse programs, as well as upgrading baseball and softball fields at the facility. The committee directed Mr. Dowling to work with the administration to develop an athletic wish list outlining the proposed projects. The wish list will be presented at the March 15th public meeting for discussion by the full board. Third item on the agenda was the New Jersey Clean Energy Program lighting upgrade projects. Administration provided photographs that showed rebates that were received in the amount of $30,000 and $2,400 for electrical lighting upgrade projects. Special recognition was given to high school buildings manager Dominic Trigali for spearheading the replacement project at the high school. It was labor, and it was 100% return on investment. The new light fixtures will provide improved lighting quality and decreased utility costs for years to come. Fourth item on the agenda was the hypochlorous acid cleaning agent review. Administration advised that they had checked the user reference provided by Jim Shield of Pride Restoration. The user, an 8th grade math teacher from the state of Georgia, highly recommended this product, which is used in her school. She also used the system in her home. She highlighted the advantage of students being able to use this product themselves without the need for PPE or activation times, which are typical for many cleaning projects. Furthermore, Pride Restoration provided a formal proposal for supplying 8 units at the cost of $44,000. However, administration noted that we have yet to see the manufacturer's data sheet on the proposed equipment, which should be reviewed before any commitment is made. Committee members indicated that they would review the full board the option of purchasing one machine for the use of school on a trial basis. That concludes my report, and with that, I'd like to make a motion. I hereby move to task the administration through the facilities director to prepare a report documenting a comparison between the current cleaning product, BrewTab, used in the district to the hypochlorous acid machine that is under discussion and consideration by the Buildings, Grounds, and Transportation Committee. At such time as the report is presented to the full board at the April 26th public Board of Education meeting, the Monroe Township Board of Education may authorize and approve one hypochlorous acid machine and related products for use to be used as a trial by the Facilities Department, as recommended by the Board of Education's Buildings, Grounds, and Transportation Committee.
Second. No, good.
Sorry.
No, that's all right. You got it.
Mr. Chiarella,
No, Chrissy. Ms.
Okay.
Skirby.
and then Ms. Belko, I think. But we need to have a discussion.
Madam, did Mr. Tufano move the motion?
He did.
And it was seconded by who?
Yes, he did.
Ms. Skirby.
Ms. Gerber.
Cole. Oh, Ms. Skirby, I'm sorry. I'm sure there will be questions. Questions?
I have one question.
Go ahead.
I just said, from what I understand, when I was when I attended the meeting, and from what I understood, that Mr. Tague had said that he thought that we should move forward with a test unit. So I'm just not understanding what we're looking for him to do at this point more than he's already done at the last meeting.
Mr. Tufano, do you want me to answer that?
Yes, I would like for you to answer that.
Okay. Suggestion, I thought based on comments we've had from the public and some of our board members. I thought that it would be appropriate for our facilities director who often brings recommendations to the board on our facilities actions to have a written report so we have a record of the comparison, and we would be able to present that to the full board. Yes, it was a very good, and Mr. Tufano can explain more. It was a very good discussion. We had a lot of input and actually approval from most of the committee members and the administration. But I think for the sake of the public and the committee members and the full board, that we should have a record of the comparison. It seems to be somewhat controversial, even though we seem to be able to have overcome that in actual detail. That would be the only reason for that. And since we have brew tabs left, and I believe everybody felt that it was important to continue to use them until we finish, we have time for the trial run on the other product. But I think everybody should have a buy-in on that and be fully apprised of the issues. Mr. Rutsky, Mr. Tufano?
So just a quick question on that topic. I mean, I actually had a different question for Pete on the part of his presentation, or report. So on this machine, I just want to make sure I heard it correctly. So we're going to actually buy one machine and use that as a tester, right? Or will they, if we're thinking of buying 8, will they not like loan us one machine to test it for a month and not have to put out $6,000?
Well, Mr. Rutsky, I'm not involved in that end of it. That would be more of Jerry's inquisition. I was told by Jerry, it was recommended by the whole committee, that instead of investing in all these machines, that we try out one, see if it benefits our district. And if it does, we can go ahead and buy the rest. Instead of investing, the estimated $55,000 on all the machines, we should spend money on one, see how it works out for us, see if the custodial staff likes it, and then move forward with a bigger purchase. That was recommended by Jerry, and the committee agreed that that was the safest and most responsible approach.
Following the logic, I guess I would defer to Mr. Gorski, and I know you're a great negotiator. Maybe you can have that discussion where they loan us one for a couple weeks or a month or what have you, with the expectation if all goes well, we'd be happy to buy 8 in total. So I'll put that out to you. I was just curious. I wanted to make sure I was hearing everything correctly. That's all. I'll come back to my other question when we finish.
Right.
This.
Yeah. After this,
Yep.
Rupa, Ms. Siegel.
Mr. Arminio, so one question, if you do purchase the equipment, how are you going to assess that it's better or works better, produces a better level of hypochlorous acid than the brew tabs? How are you going to measure how successful that equipment is versus what we're currently doing?
How am I going to measure it?
No, how is
it
the
going to be
board?
measured? How are we going to measure? Is there something in place to measure how the brew tabs that we're currently using are ineffective versus this equipment, or vice versa? I just want to understand how we're going to measure how good the equipment is versus what we're currently doing.
Well, Dr. Lynch at his last appearance said that the products could be used as long as we use some kind of a similar to what you use in the pool to test the water. He suggested that we use a testing strip. The testing strip would tell us if we have enough to kill viruses on surfaces. So we would test the water that we're making, the hypochlorous acid that we're producing. The machine actually does all the work for you. You add basically 2 teaspoons of salt into the machine. The machine does the calculation, and it comes out with a strength good enough to kill all the viruses. Just like so basically it's using chlorine on a surface that our children are touching, whereas this is not a toxic chemical.
We're losing Mr. Tufano, so I'm gonna, Mr. Polari, if you want to speak.
Madam President, what I'm going to say has nothing to do with trying to create a conflict of any or anything of that sort. We're all in this together, and I understand, but I don't understand the need for this machine. And you know, we've been told by our health and safety professional that there's no point in doing it. It's not safe, and we seem to be going back to this time and time again to spend money.
We can hear you, Mr. Tefano.
Can you hear me?
Yes. Due to low bandwidth or local computer, it says conditions.
Okay. Can you hear me now?
We can hear you, Mr. Polari.
Okay. Did you hear everything I said so far, or do you want me to repeat?
I think we did, yes. We
Okay.
can't hear
We
Mr.
heard you.
Tefano.
Okay, good. So, I mean, you know, we're trying to see what is really causing for us to go get this new technology that seems like somebody in Georgia is endorsing, but not somebody next door to us is endorsing. I mean, there's a practice of using blue tabs. Everybody's using it. We're using it. It's fine. Why are we spending the amount of time and money to explore a new thing that works somewhere in Georgia? I fail to understand the logic behind it.
Well, I don't know if Mr. Tefano, if you can respond, but I think I'll respond, and then we have a question on and I think if anyone else has any more questions. Well, there's a motion that has been passed, so it requires a vote. So certainly, if you dissent from that, you can dissent. But that was the nature of the suggestion, and that is why I think it is important to do a comparison. And we would move forward if the comparison doesn't work and it doesn't make sense for the
with all due respect, Ms. Armenio, our professionals are telling us that there's no need to use it. So what is their motion?
There was a different discussion in that meeting. Things around, and people did more research, found that it was.
Michelle, may I?
Yeah. Yes. Go ahead. But we can't hear you.
You froze again, Peter.
Stopping. Pete, you keep freezing.
Michelle,
Maybe
can I
Ms.
say
Skirby.
something as a committee member?
Maybe Ms. Skirby can explain. Yes.
Well, first off, I don't think anybody has ever said that this machine or this technology is dangerous or going to cause any danger to anybody. That was not the discussion that was ever had.
Yeah, I'd like to just. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
We can hear you, Peter. You froze again.
All right, Pete, you're going to have to just wait. Let's let Ms. Skirby say what she has to say since we can hear her.
And the discussions centered around, eliminating, we've always tried to, throughout our district, eliminate chemicals and chemical use because they're not safe. That's really not the safe thing to bring into our schools. So in an effort to eliminate chemicals, this technology has been found that creates the same hypochlorous acid that, Dr. Lynch had said that is of the same concentration that will kill COVID as well as many other viruses. And, we keep hearing, there's a lot of fear mongering going on in the community that this is going to hurt kids and be dangerous. And none of that is proven to be true. So we had yet more conversations at the Buildings, Grounds, and Transportation Committee. Mr. Tefano went around the table and pretty much polled everybody in the room. And there was absolutely no safety concerns that anybody had for this. So, I just, in an effort to reduce chemicals and in the long run save money, I think they said in 2 to 3 years we could, make back what we spend on this and then start saving monies because it's much cheaper than the brew tabs, which is a chemical. So I think that's where this discussion has gone. And if we can eliminate chemicals and save money at the same time, it's beneficial to our district. And I think it's an excellent idea to hear a comparison from our facility director, because he did not show any sort of concern for using this in our district.
Mr.
Madam
Tufano.
President, I just want to respond to Ms. Kirby's comment
Well, wait a minute, Mr. Polari, wait a minute. Let Mr. Tufano, if we can get him to speak, let him try.
Sure,
And then and then we should go for a vote.
Absolutely.
I just wanted to add something to this. This product is used in the medical field, vastly used in the medical field. It's also used in a lot of other school districts. And just because we may even be the first school in New Jersey to use this product, why not? Why not? If it's used in the medical facility to clean medical equipment, to clean offices, it's widely used in the dental facilities because you don't have to worry about ingesting it. It's sprayed on vegetables in restaurants to clean the vegetables, does not have to be rinsed off. People actually drink small quantities of to bring up their alkalinity. So there's a lot of positives to this all natural disinfectant.
Mr. Polari, go ahead. And then I think
Now,
Ms.
the
Belko
data
wants to
point,
call
Madam
the vote.
President, that I have is what has taken place in the BGNT. Mr. Tufano can attest to it, that when I was on the committee, the discussion led to the conclusion that I'm making, which is that it's not safe. There were some lawsuits because of health concerns in Mount Vernon in New York, and our hygienist and safety expert testified and said that he does not support or suggest this. So that's the points that I'm going by. I have not done research like maybe Mr. Tufano has done or other people have done, and I'm going to stick to it until I hear it. Otherwise, so I rest my case.
Yeah, Mr. Polari, in regards to that Mount Vernon lawsuit, that was a custodian who mixed wrong chemicals together. That can happen with brew tabs. If he mixed ammonia with brew tabs, he can hurt people as well. So like I said during the committee meetings, human error is, it's a horrible tragedy, but it could happen with brew tabs just as easily. Okay. Dr. Lynch did not say he wasn't for it. He just wanted to know why we were switching, and he wanted to make sure that we use the test strips if we did switch to it.
Ms. Belko, did you want to?
I want to call the question. We have a motion on the
Okay, thank
table.
you.
We've been doing this a long time now.
Okay, please, Mr. Gorski.
Madam President, the motion to call is a priority motion, so
Yep.
Ms. Belko moved the motion to call. Is there a second?
Second.
That was Ms. Bierman.
Yes.
Thank you.
Do we need a roll call
Motion to
on the
call the question, and then we will go right to a vote. Ms. Belko,
Yes.
Ms. Bierman,
Yes.
Mr. Chiarella,
Yes.
Mr. Nicotinsky,
Yes.
Mr. Pelori,
No.
Mr. Rutsky,
Assuming Mr. Tagg is going to do his homework, Mr. Gorski, you're going to do your homework, I'll vote yes.
Wait a minute. This is only what is the motion is about
This is
the
to call
part
the
of the question.
This is
Yeah.
just to call the question, Mr. Rutsky.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes.
so you vote yes to call the question and go right to a vote. Ms.
Sorry.
Siegel,
Yes.
Ms. Skirby,
Yes.
Mr. Tufano,
Yes.
and Madam Board President.
Yes.
A motion to call the question passes, so we will now have a vote on Mr. Tufano's resolution. Does everybody understand the resolution? Would anybody need it to be read back into record? No? Seeing none. Mr. Tufano's motion. Ms. Belko,
Yes.
Ms. Bierman,
Yes.
Mr. Chiarella,
Yes.
Mr. Nicotinsky,
Yes.
Mr. Pelori,
Abstain.
so noted. Mr. Rutsky,
Now I will trust Mr. Tagg and Mr. Gorski to do their jobs, and I'll vote yes.
Ms. Siegel,
I'll vote yes.
Ms. Skirby,
Yes.
Mr. Tufano,
Yes.
and Madam Board President.
Yes.
Motion passes to do the report, and if I recall correctly, there was no part of this motion to procure a machine at this time, correct?
Not at this
Correct.
time.
In April.
Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Mr. Nicotinsky, personal, we have a young fella.
Actually,
or a
can I
young
ask a
person-
quick question? I wanted to ask Mr. Tufano
Oh,
a
okay.
different question.
Go ahead.
Just real quick. Peter, you mentioned the flashing light. what we talked about just at the high school crossing, or is that for multiple schools?
That is for Bryanville Road. And yeah, it's at multiple schools.
Okay, and the township is picking up the total cost.
100% of the cost. Yes, that's
Very
good
good.
news to the district.
All right, thank you very
That
much.
is under a shared services agreement.
Correct.
Very,
Yeah, I thought it was on State Home Road side of things, but it's on Perrineville Road side?
It's at 3 locations, Paul. If you remember, it was one on the Perrineville Road approaching the high school, another one is approaching from Stop and Shop, and the other one is on the Schoolhouse Road.
Schoolhouse Road. Okay, perfect. Thank you very much.
Can we
And
move
I
on?
just want to put a footnote on what Paul said. Shared services in this town are very important.
Yes. And they're starting to accumulate, so we're happy about that. Mr.
Excuse me, Ms. Arminio?
Yes.
I know there was one other piece that came out of BG&T that we haven't voted on, Mr. Tufano, and I'm not sure if that's something we wanted to do this evening. It was the coming up with a plan for which athletic upgrades we would be doing, because the administration would have to get some numbers in order to be able to present that. So is that something that we want to move tonight?
I think that I thought we were going to discuss it first and then move it at the next
Get the
meeting.
wish list, yes.
In other words, at the next BG&T, we were going to discuss it and then move it to the next month.
Okay.
Yes. Yes, I would like and what we were talking about too. Yes, thank you.
Madam President, this is for Chairman Tufano. One of the things, Peter, that I was thinking about, with your permission, is maybe we should make a motion in terms of creating a timeline for implementation of the overall capital program to the time when we actually get the referendum out. Because what seems to happening, and you said this several times, because we're kicking the can down the road. I think at this point of time, we need to have work on a plan and plan the work and work the plan type of thing to make sure that we have a referendum before the end of the year for doing some capital improvements. I firmly believe that for $80 to $85 million, we should be able to accomplish what we need to accomplish. So can we ask the administration to come up with a timeline of the things that need to get done for us to have a referendum before the end of the year? Is that something that you're willing to, and the rest of the board members willing to?
Mr. Plar, I think we had at the last meeting a vote to have Jerry come up with a plan that we were going to talk about in the next BG&T committee and then take it to the board for a vote.
Okay.
Oh, I'm sorry, excuse me. I think what we did is we actually voted last month on getting the limited design study, and administration is in the process of doing that.
Correct.
But what I was referencing there, Mr. Puri, was the athletics wish list. That
I understand. No, I hear you, Dr. Alwick. Yeah. So Peter, having said that, I think that's only for coming up with the limited design. But what I'm talking about is for the entire thing, to make sure that in 2 months from now, we should have an estimate. In 3 months from now, we should have a plan on what the cost is going to be and start preparing for a possible referendum in a given time frame. Maybe that's something that you may want to take it up in the next BG&T meeting if you want to, or we can make a motion to come up with a timeline that's needed so that you can work towards it.
Okay, we'll discuss it at the BG&T. That's a good suggestion, and I think that we really do need to have a solid plan in place. So we'll discuss that at the next BG&T. Mr. Gorski, can you please put that on the agenda?
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Mr. Nikotinsky?
Okay, I don't have much, but we have a special meeting set for March 22nd for in-house council interviews, and that's for 6 p.m. That's it.
Okay, and can you just tell the public that we'll be going, how that's going to proceed? So even though it is a
it would be in
special
closed
meeting-
session.
All right, so at 6 p.m. we will open up, go into closed session, and probably not have any action afterwards. It's going to be interviews for in-house counsel, but it is a public meeting.
So, Madam President, we're
Yes.
doing this just because we have the 6th member. Is that the reason why we need to open up a
Yes,
meeting?
that was my decision, and I know.
I will be more than happy to recuse myself from it if it's going to avoid having, all these kind of procedural stuff that we need to go through.
What I sent to the full board is that the people who are not on the committee, who are not of the 6, would not have to attend that meeting because we would have a quorum. We would be able to go in and out of the quorum, and it wouldn't be held against you in terms of not being not attendance at a meeting. That was just a decision we decided to make. So you don't have to be there, Mr. Polari.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. Okay. Anything else? I'd like to go into the public forum once again for Mr. Oleski. If he's in the public, he's going to be upset that it's so late. But can I open the public forum if no one else has any other? Mr. Gorski, you look like you want to say something.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 submitted questions. 4 of them, in my opinion, pertain to the first public forum. The other one is the second public forum.
Okay, but if the young student is still awake and his parent allows him, I would like to open the public forum up with that person first. I think it was it Amish Shah?
She is on. She's waiting.
Okay, let her child speak first, if that's acceptable to the board.
Sure.
I think so. Thank you.
Madam Board President, would you like me to share the call-in number again?
Let's wait until after this student speaks.
Okay. One second.
He or she needs to go to bed.
We have Roshni Shah. Roshni, would you please state your name for the board?
Hi, Roshni Shah, 10 Fieldview Drive in Monroe. You could turn the camera on. He's ready.
Oh, good.
He's excited.
Okay. And his name is Roshni?
He'll introduce himself.
Okay, great.
Can you see him?
No.
You can turn your camera on now.
Hi.
Hi.
Go ahead, sweetheart.
Hi, my name is Rian Shah and I am in 2nd grade at Oak Tree Elementary School. I am in the hybrid program and I would like to have a full day of school including lunch and recess. I enjoy talking with my friends at lunch and playing games with them outside. We can still have fun even if we social distance. I know you may also wonder about the virtual children, and I think making them indoor recess, you can set a timer to play outside. I think it is very important to have a full day of school, and I hope we could go back soon before second grade ends. Thank you.
Thank you so much. You may single-handedly be the superstar that gets this started. How's that?
What does that mean?
That means you're a superstar, and thank you for speaking with us and giving us that information.
Say you're welcome.
You're welcome.
Yay. Okay.
Say good night.
Good night.
Good night. Thank you so much.
Thanks so much for letting him speak. I appreciate it.
Sorry it was so late, but
Oh, that's okay. He was so excited, so that's okay. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, Mr. Rose. And just for the record, that was on.
Mommy has any?
That was on the agenda. Mr. Gorski, can we get the public who we'll have you read those last, okay?
Very good.
Thank you. Next, Mr. Gross.
Would you like me to share the number now?
Yes, please do.
Here is the number.
Once again, telephone number 408-418-9388, access code 129-226-2211. Thank you, Mr. Grove.
Okay. Okay, we will go on to Tim Esso. Tim, would you like video?
No, thank you.
Okay.
Tim Esso, 2 Allison Court. This is regarding, I sent an email to the board. Madam President, I sent an email to the board, I believe you guys received on February 12th and March the 3rd. I just want these emails to be, if possible, to be submitted to the policy committee next month or whenever the next policy committee meets. These emails regarding parental and political influence in our clubs and our sports and our schools. So I'm asking that you grant me that. Also, too, I have a little concern. I emailed, or say I Oprah'd or requested an Oprah, and it got kicked back to me from the attorney of the Monroe Township Board of Education. Okay, you guys' attorney. I had thought Mr. Gorski was in charge of the Oprah requests. I'm a little perplexed on why we're spending money on an attorney to get the Oprah request with him, which in fact we're paying Mr. Gorski all this money for him to procure these Oprah requests. I was also told too from the attorney that my request didn't comply with the requirements. Now I'm looking for some Oprah requests from Mr. Varag, Chris Varag. He's the assistant baseball coach, to a board member, and I'm unable to get those because they're telling me it does not comply with the requirement. Does he have a board? Does Chris Varag, Coach Varag, have an email through Monroe? Can I get these emails from his Jamesburg address? Somebody please explain that to me.
I think that I'm going to address that to Mr. Gagliardi. Just knowing what I know about open public records are documents that are available and exist, first of all, and there is some criteria. I would recommend that anyone who is going to utilize the Open Public Records Act take a look at the state act, and you may or may not be compliant. That's not to say I want full transparency as best as we can, but there are some restrictions for open public records. But Mr. Gagliardi, maybe you can say that in a different way.
Thank you, Madam President. Yes, just in terms of process generally. So the district had, and soon will have again, in-house counsel who regularly advise Mr. Gorski on various Oprah requests. Right now, you don't have an in-house counsel, so when Mr. Gorski needs legal advice, he turns to outside counsel, which happens to be my firm. I personally was not involved in this email exchange over Oprah, so I don't know specifically what it said, but I know that the requester got a written request.
Excuse me one second. Madam President, is in fact a hierarchy of command in the Board of Education, or is the BA just entitled to go right to the township attorney?
In some cases, yes, we have yet to put some parameters on that, and that has been in some discussion. But okay. But again, the parameters for so you're asking for two different things. One are the parameters to access public records. That is basically delineated in the Open Public Records Act, which I recommend everyone as a citizen of this country to New Jersey to understand, because it goes through all kinds of municipal issues, authorities, and boards of education. So we should be well versed in that, just as a personal responsibility. But secondly, your next question is to the hierarchy. We are having that discussion. Mr. Gorski, can you give Mr. Esso just a little bit more time, please?
Yes, please.
I took up some. Yes, go ahead, Mr. Esso.
Okay.
President.
Yeah, sorry. I'm sorry.
Go ahead, Mr.
The first public forum is for the agenda, is it not?
Yes. And
no, you just opened it up to the public for.
No, I'm sorry. I opened it up for the young fella, so I did make a mistake, Ms.
Well, I'm kind of young.
But finish it, and Mr. Gorski. Correct. But go ahead.
Okay, I just want to close with I'm asking that both my emails which were sent to the entire board be put on the committee meeting next month for okay. We got to find some type of resolve with this.
I will respond to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam President.
Okay. Mr. Gorski, you are correct, sir. Mr. Gross, can you get the next person?
Yes, Madam Board President. We have Prakash Parab.
Okay, Mr. Parab, as long as you are on the agenda, or I will be once again corrected.
Would you like
can you hear me?
video?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes. Good evening, everyone. I think this is very confusing. I raised the hand. You have to cancel the raised hand to speak here. So I learned that. Otherwise, I've been sitting from 7 o'clock. So anyway, Mr. Gorski, Dr. Alvich, and Dr. Lehman, thanks for the budget. Very nice budget. My first question is equalization aid. I presented to Assembly for a testimony yesterday, last week, and tomorrow I'm going to present to the Senate testimony. You know that all surrounding towns get 50 to 86% of equalization aid compared to their state aid. They get from $5 million, $500,000 to $26 million, and we get zero. So, Mr. Goske, with your expertise of several years, what corrections in the equalization aid formula we can make, that is local fair share formula we can make, so that we can lobby with our legislation, we are all together to make correction of it. So I need advice from you. And second question is, please note, 35% of our community is retired community, and they don't have earned income. And the gross income may vary from low income to high income. So how, we need some idea. We are public. So you guys are the experts in the formula, and the governor has every opportunity to make correction to the formula, adequacy budget formula every year. So we should take that opportunity. So that's my question. And second is, we spend about $35 million for our special education. We get we got this year, last year we got 3.5, this year 5 million. But we spend, what is there in that formula? We support our special, it is our heart to support special education. It is unfair, we are not getting enough money. What is the change in the formula we can make? That suggestions we need. So we can go just shouting that we need more money is not going to help us. We have to show some avenue to the legislature so they can rewrite it. And you said that within 3 years we'll get full funding. How much? 8.5 million. Now we are 7.6 million. So we get another one, pulled to 8.5 million. After that, we are not going to get any more. So those are the few questions I have, Madam President. And last thing is, we are hiring 21 staff to support special education. That's great. What about our STEM? What about the equipment for the STEM from the elementary, middle school to high school? Because that's the future. Even our special education future, that's fine. But what about the STEM? So those are my questions. Madam President, please give me a time because I missed the first meeting because of the way we have to communicate. It's very easy from the Zoom, which I speak on council meeting. Just raise a hand, we get through. Here we have to cancel the hand to get through.
Okay. Mr. Gorski, do you want to shed some light on the formulas and how we can be specific, maybe by asking some specific legislation should change?
Yes, ma'am. First of all, I testified with Dr. Parab more than once down in Trenton, and I agree with every point that he just made, with one point of correction. There are not 21 new special ed staff. It's 21 total new staff in the budget. But as far as equalization aid, he's absolutely correct. Other districts like South Brunswick get well in excess of $20 million a year in equalization aid. And we've argued with legislators, the financial wealth comparison between South Brunswick and Monroe is not that vastly different, in our opinion, to warrant that kind of differentiation where someone gets over 20 million and another district gets nothing. That's all driven by the school funding formula called the School Funding Reform Act of 2008, as it was adjusted by S2, which takes it to full funding, gets rid of growth caps and adjustment aid. So you asked me to advise on how to resolve that issue. And I think that the letter that we have posted pursuant to the request of the Communications Committee on our website does exactly that. It addresses the funding formula itself. We're dealing with a funding formula that is antiquated, that was designed prior to 2008. It was enacted in law in 2008. It needs to be revised. The local fair share computation needs to be revised, in my opinion, to afford every district some state aid to comply with all of the mandates in an adequacy budget. So you're not going to get that with full funding, like you said, even when we maximize our award under S2. We also talked about previously retirement income, unearned income, Social Security benefits. Should this be included in the wealth factor that goes into the local fair share calculation? We did not get an adequate response from the legislators on that. Yes, our budget includes a great deal of spending from the local tax levy to support special education programs above the categorical aid for special education. We've addressed that with the legislators. We need more of a commitment to the special education students throughout the state, and more monies dedicated for that purpose. Again, that lends very clearly to a new funding formula. And I believe that was everything.
Just a quick comment. You're seeing the down and speaking to the budget. The is a bill, and that would require total legislative revamp, correct? So even if they agreed budgetarily, they would, or can they, during the budget process, change the formula?
I'm sorry, the thing broke up there. S2 is incorporated in law, but to change the funding formula and develop a new one would take a lot of effort at the state level at the top. Right. And I believe it would require a constitutional convention. But the current funding formula, in my opinion, is very long in the tooth and is underserving Monroe. And even with full funding under S2, you will never find satisfaction under it.
Okay, all right. Mr. Prakash Parab, okay? Can we move forward, Mr. Gross?
Yes, Madam Board President, we have Pradeep Malam. Pradeep, would you like video with this?
No, thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, Pradeep Malam, 4 Jake Place. Again, I have another question around the per pupil cost, because my OPRA requests have been returned back. We don't have a record of per pupil cost and how we are doing on the per pupil cost with the projection and the actuals. So that focus or emphasis is not there on in the budget documentation at all. So how are we going? Like, is it like going up, going down? What is the trend? We don't know. And there is another request which from me, where 2 years back, 3 years back, when we have to take some budget cuts, we have taken out some of the programs, especially one specific program which comes to my mind is like the orientation for the kids in the high school, because that is their once in a lifetime opportunity where they are excited to go into the high school for 2 days or 3 days in different various times in the small batches, so that they'll get accustomed to all the high school subjects and various clubs and various laboratories and everything. So that program has been taken around 3 years back. It costs around like 10 to 12,000, and because we are now kind of sufficient with the budget, can we put that kind of small wins which makes bigger impact on the kids? So these two are my questions.
So, Dr. Yes, I'll give this. Dr. Alvik, since then we had the preliminary budget, and in between time we can have requests about adding some things or changing some things. Could we consider that?
Ms. Arminia, we actually added the freshman orientation back in the budget last year, but because of COVID, obviously we had to revamp it and do it in a virtual way, but it is in the budget.
Okay. Mr. Gorski, anything else?
I was just going to say I would appreciate it if the gentleman would specify exactly what per pupil cost he's referring to. Is it budgeted per pupil cost? Because if you look on our website now, the 21-22 budget does have a per pupil cost component in there, and it's budgeted. The actual per pupil costs were just certified by the state, as I mentioned at the inception of this meeting, for the 19-20 school year, and that's actual per pupil cost per grade level. And if the gentleman would like The just released document from the state certifying per pupil costs per grade level. He's welcome to Oprah request it. Again, it's called the 2019-2020 per pupil cost tuition schedule. And I'll be happy to provide that. But if he's speaking about budgeted per pupil costs, that is included in the advertised budget, always has been, and it's on the website now.
Madam President, just for the record, I requested the 1920 information actuals, the certified ones, after the audit report has been released to the public. And even then, the Oprah was returned back. And I requested for 1819 and 1718 as well. And those were returned back without any information, saying
Okay,
that there is no kind of record is available with the district. If that is the case, my question to board and the administration is how you are calculating per pupil cost for Jamesburg to measure it out.
So I just have a question, Mr. Gorski. The paper you just said that came from the state, does that come from the state every year?
Yes, this one's dated March 12th, 2021.
So that record exists. So if Mr. Malam asks for that record from two previous years, that's an existing record, correct?
If he specifies actual certified cost in the state of New Jersey per pupil cost tuition letter, then he would have been provided it. His Oprah request was reviewed by attorney in addition to myself and could not be fulfilled. No one's trying to block any rights to the documents. As I said in the beginning, this one was just released, so if he wants to Oprah request this, he can have it. And if he specifies exactly the document that he's asking for, we will be happy to provide it. But it's not up to the Oprah officials or the attorney to interpret someone's request.
All right, we will be having this discussion again also. Mr. Palam, you know what, I'm going to ask that since we have the document, he has requested in the past that you send the paper that you just have without him having to do another Oprah request. I mean, the paper exists, and in some forms, the Open Public Records Act says it can be provided, you know, without an Oprah request if it's in existence. So I'm going to ask that you just provide that from Mr. Pradeep. He's been waiting long enough for that document. Okay. Mr. Pradeep Malam, anything else?
Time was up, madam.
Okay. Well, he's done. Mr. Gross, and anyone else?
Yes, Madam Board President, we have Brian Fabiano. Brian,
Okay.
would you like video with this?
No. We're 2 hours, 36 minutes in for anybody in the public that likes to keep minutes of when I start talking. So my comments here are on the hypochlorous acid conversation, because it seems as though this has been something that's been politicized more than actually looking into how safe the product is and how we can get to a better state in our school district using products that are actually safer. I took it upon myself, seeing all the false information that had been spreading in the district or in Facebook and you know in our town, to actually speak with one of the districts that's using the hypochlorous acid machine. And I spoke with earlier today, a school called Fort Smith Public Schools in Arkansas. This district has 26 buildings. They implemented the machine mid-2020, and they've been having phenomenal luck. I spoke with the maintenance manager after speaking with the superintendent's office. His name is Scott Stubblefield. And he really couldn't say anything bad about the experience. The machine, they have one machine that they spent a little over $50,000 on that services the whole district, 26 schools. They find it to be very safe. They find that they can produce 270 gallons a day. They have 3 storage containers that are 270-gallon drums in their facility. They do it all in one building. They distribute it throughout the schools, and it's been going phenomenally. They made a decision years ago to get rid of Clorox and bleach in the schools. for the health of students. And I think anybody that sits here on this board that abstained or said no to do due diligence to see how this can help and make our school safer for our kids shouldn't be sitting on this board, to be honest. But Mr. Stubblefield went into how not only has it been going so great for their school district, but other school districts have been coming to them. They give the other districts the product because they have so much of it free of charge as long as they bring their own bottles to take it back to their schools with. They even go as far as sending their staff home. If you bring a spray bottle, you can take home the solution because their motto is if their staff members keep their houses sanitized and they're being healthy in their lives, it keeps less staff members out. Mr. Stubblefield said, the product that is produced is 80 to 200 times more powerful than chlorine bleach, and obviously comes with all of the, better safety, precautions with the kids. They actually have, even moved into a shared services model where their police, fire, township buildings are using their solution. So I implore this district to also, on our board, to maybe that's an option where we purchase a machine, but we also look at a shared services feature since that's what they're doing. What they did and how they came across the idea, they were at a summit in actually in Oklahoma where they were using these in Tulsa and Oklahoma City. And I would tell you that for anybody who sits here and just says this is a Georgia example, that's not true. They're using these products in schools in Georgia, Wisconsin, Arkansas, Oklahoma, Alaska, California, Utah, Virginia. The list goes on. So we need to get out of our comfort zone, look at things that are safe for our kids, look at how we can eradicate chemicals in our buildings, and have an open mind. This is a prime example. This school district said they would be willing to come and talk on the record about the product because they've had such a great experience with it. And if you would just finally let me finish here, Madam President, with one last thing.
Go ahead.
Certain members of the public and even a past board member are out to spread fake news. Have these fake news campaigns on their Tonka Toy Facebook pages and their via robocalls. But the facts are clear. This is not about buying a highly safe piece of technology for our schools or about eradicating harmful chemicals from our schools. This is about creating political noise and focusing less on what's right for our kids and more on politics. That was the name of the game for so long with this old regime of the board, and I'm glad to see, and I applaud this new board for stepping out of their comfort zone, thinking outside of the box, and being creative and evolving safety and education for our kids. So I applaud you all, and I appreciate you looking at this option, and I appreciate you doing your due diligence because this isn't something new. This has been around since 1972. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Gross?
Yes, Madam Board President, we have Catherine Hunt. Catherine,
Please.
would you like video with this?
Certainly that would be fine.
Okay.
Let's see if can you hear me okay?
Yes.
We can hear you. You just have to enable your video.
Okay. I'm not sure I can do that, but let me see if I can. It just might work.
There you are. We see you.
Okay.
Go ahead, Ms. Hunt.
Hi, thank you so much. Yeah, so I just had a couple of questions and one thing for sure, I wanted to thank Mr. Gorski for his work on the budget. I understand the frustration with the way that fair share funding formula is calculated, and I think we're not the only school district that is discussing this and is frustrated with it. We can't really do anything on it at the school board meetings, but we can go to our our own representatives to the Assembly and Senate and ask them to please do whatever is necessary to update this outdated system. And hope people will do that. and thank him for keeping our taxes low, even though I know it's not easy to do and it's very tricky, and thank him for his expert work. And then let's see, I wanted to ask about the chemical solution here people are discussing. We do have a New Jersey School Board Association, and we have a field representative. I don't know if our new board members have had opportunity to contact that person, but that would be a person to contact for questions about using a new hypochlorous cleansing solution in our schools. They would have access to know what the pros and cons are for our schools here with our New Jersey law, and just call their attention that there's a difference between OSHA and POSH, in that POSH has indoor air quality standards, which OSHA does not have. So this may be a consideration for us. And what our New Jersey schools may have to deal with in terms of laws and regulation and safety concerns may be a little different from some of the other school systems. So we just need to know that, and we can go through channels to find out. So just suggest we contact the Middlesex County School Board Association, and also our field representative to ask for the expert advice. It may be that the field representative can get for us the data on liability that we may incur, different liabilities we may incur, and the POSH requirements, possible fees that we could incur, and increased insurance costs possibly. We don't know till we look. Storage safety requirements, appropriate training, and documentation requirements, whatever's listed on our safety data sheets. Those are the things that we could look at. And we do have some experienced members on the board, and I'd just like to suggest that experienced members be appointed to lead committees, which would save our community time and trouble. Again, if you haven't had a chance to take a look at the mandated educational sessions for new board member training, please do. And find out who your field representative is and contact them. And thank you very much for your time, and we can look into this and find the answers.
Okay, just two things. Our 3 new board members have been faithfully going to their orientation. They are familiar. Yeah, they are familiar who the field representative is, and Mr. Gorski has given the committee, and which will probably be spoken about once we get our report from the facilities director. But Mr. Gorski has given information about no additional liability cost for the financial cost for the switching of the cleansing solution. Mr. Gorski, if you want to just quickly, I know there was one, why don't we wait until we get the report, because we're not making any decisions yet. So we'll just move on. Mr. Gross, anyone else?
Yes, Madam Board President, we have Sarah Aziz. Sarah, would you like video?
Not this time.
Go ahead, Ms. Aziz.
Hi, I'm Sarah Aziz, 3 Lancelot Drive. I'm here to express my objection to the purchase of equipment to manufacture hypochlorous acid at our public schools. At the December BG&T meeting, environmental hygienist Dr. Richard Lynch said it was safer to produce hypochlorous acid at effective concentrations using brew tabs, which have an EPA registration number and meet OSHA standards. In fact, he said he didn't understand the impetus for purchasing this equipment. He said by manufacturing it on site, we would be introducing a new level of risk management and quality control. At the January meeting, he again brought up the issue of quality control. And the vendor at the January meeting admitted that the hypochlorous acid produced with the equipment does not have OSHA certification. At the March meeting, the facilities director said that the hypochlorous acid produced with the equipment would have a concentration of 575 parts per million compared to the 1,300 parts per million using Brutab. So there's a question about effectiveness, and the custodial closets of every hospital and public schools include chemicals that that are used safely, but that we need to kill viruses. And Brutab is also used by hospitals. It's used by most public schools. There's not a single New Jersey public school that uses this equipment, and I think it's important for the Board of Education to investigate why. Why does no New Jersey school use this? Maybe it doesn't comply with the local health regulations in the state of New Jersey. So that needs to be investigated. And also, hypochlorous acid is itself a chemical. At the last BG&T meeting, the facilities director said it could also be an irritant. So, I think that we should use what the other schools are using, and it's not worth the legal risk and potentially creating a disinfectant that is not as effective in killing diseases. And I know the committee agreed to test it on one school, and I want to know which school is going to be the guinea pig. I just don't want it to be my child's school. I don't want it to be any child's schools, actually. So, how would you pick which school to use this equipment on that no other New Jersey school is using, that produces disinfectant that's half the concentration as the one that every other school uses in New Jersey?
Let me just say that we haven't picked a school, and we won't, and we are in the process of continued discussion and investigation. So I think it would be premature to suggest where and when we would be using any product. We haven't vetted it, and we are going to, any anecdotal evidence on either side, I think we need to wait for the scientific information.
So why do we pay for the expert opinion of Dr. Lynch if we don't take it? We spent thousands of dollars, paying him fees for his expert opinion. He's the one with the doctorate in public health. He's the one with the master's in industrial hygiene. He's the one who's committed his whole life to preventing disease. So, maybe you should get a different public health expert if you don't like his opinion. Because I think that when it comes to the safety of our children, we rely on public health experts to help us make those decisions, not lay people.
I couldn't agree more. I think the fact that we have not used his opinion. Anything else, Ms. Aziz?
No.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Gross?
That is everybody, Madam Board President, but can I just remind all the attendees who raised their hand to lower their hand so that next round I can call on them?
Okay. Mr. Gorski has a few pages to read, so Mr. Gorski, if you please. Can you announce who it is and their address like you would normally?
Yes, ma'am. The first public forum request submitted electronically is from Neha Desai, D-E-S-A-I, and she addresses it to the Monroe Township Board of Education. I am against Peter Tufano's plan to purchase of equipment to manufacture hypochlorous acid at our school. This process will produce a weaker concentration of hypochlorous acid that will not be as effective in killing viruses. Using this equipment will endanger our staff and students. The same machine that may be suitable for home use is not suitable for our public schools. I support the recommendation of environmental hygienist Dr. Richard Lynch, who recommended using brew tabs to produce hypochlorous acid in our schools. Brew tabs have an EPA registration number and superior quality control. Why didn't the BOE investigate why no other school district uses equipment to manufacture disinfectant on site? Why did we pay for Dr. Lynch's expert opinion when we are going to rely on Peter Tufano's opinion? If we don't trust in the expert, then who should we believe in? I don't want my child's school to be the guinea pig for the science experiment. We need to use brew tabs like other public schools and not waste money. Neha Desai.
Madam President, Do we have
Yes, sir.
addresses for these emails like we require for the public? Could those be read, please?
Adam?
Do you have them?
Yes.
Okay, yes, please do.
The email address for I have the address for Ms. Desai. Would you rather
Just
have
the address. You don't have to give
address?
the email address, right?
Yeah, the address is 3 Forest Park Terrace, Monroe Township.
Thank you.
The next one is from Mr. Stephen Ryback, 23 Riviera Drive. I find it difficult to believe that the possible purchase of a machine to produce hypochloric acid is still being considered. Here's what I see, : our budget is tight. We purchased enough brew tabs to last until July. The money for this machine can be better used for educational purposes. It was stated that the cost of the brew tabs will decrease to about $12,000 per year. Our environmental scientist, Dr. Lynch, has stated that using brew tabs, which meet OSHA standards, the proposed machine does not. Produces the same disinfectant as the machine, but with better quality control. He further stated that with the machine, we would be manufacturing the product, which increases both health and safety risks. This could also impact our insurance premium. This machine is not used in any New Jersey public schools, but mainly in retail stores, and produces a weaker disinfectant than brew tabs. I have learned that brew tabs 6S is an EPA-registered hospital-grade disinfectant and safer to use around children. So we are currently using a product that is paid for, more potent, meets OSHA standard, is sustainable, safer, and easier to use. Why are we still looking into this machine? Now I need to address something that is disturbing. I received an email from a member of this board's majority accusing me of working an email campaign for this board meeting. It is said while I have the right to do so, I shouldn't be hiding behind surrogates. First, I have for many years been outspoken on issues in this town. I spent 6 years on our Board of Education, and while I chose not to seek a third term, this does not mean that I am no longer interested and will not speak out. I have spoken out to 3 people over the last few days, one who asked me to call her concerning the issue of hypochloric acid machine. I told them my opinion and informed them that they could speak at a board meeting or write a question in for comment. I never thought inviting people to speak or write to the board was hiding. I only expressed my view here today, but have done so on Monroe Township Education previously. I will continue to do so. It is my right as a citizen. I would think that the board members would welcome the discourse and more people getting involved, as this majority claims to want to improve transparency and communication.
Thank you. Next.
The third one is from Irene Lynette, Linet, MD, 2 Trent Road, Monroe Township, New Jersey. At the December and January BGT meetings, the district invited environmental hygienist Dr. Richard Lynch to evaluate Peter Tufano's proposal to purchase equipment for, in parentheses, homebrew hypochlorous acid disinfectant at our schools. At both the December and January meetings, Dr. Lynch discouraged our school district from purchasing the homebrew, in parentheses, equipment because he believed it posed a safety and legal risk. Our in-house financial expert, Michael Gorski, said that using this equipment could create liability issues for us. Our in-house facility expert, Jerry Tigg, said he was concerned about the lack of quality control. At the January meeting, the homebrew equipment vendor acknowledged that his clients were primarily retail stores and some churches, capital letters, not schools. No other school district in New Jersey uses this equipment. Most school districts and hospitals use brew tab products because the hypochlorous acid it produces has an EPA registration number. At the January BGT committee meeting, Dr. Lynch again raised safety concerns about the homebrew, in parentheses, equipment, and mentioned that 6 teachers were hospitalized in New York after their school district tried to themselves manufacture hypochlorous acid disinfectant in their school rather than using brew tab for hypochlorous acid. Mr. Tigg said that the hypochlorous acid produced by the homebrew equipment has a concentration of 575 parts per million ppm, where brew tab is around 1,300 ppm. Thus, brew tab produces a stronger concentration. If the homebrew manufactured product concentration of hypochlorous acid is lower than brew tabs, the Board of Ed might face liability if the homebrew equipment produces a disinfectant that is less effective in destroying COVID and flu viruses. I'm frankly more comfortable trusting scientists. Dr. Richard Lynch is an environmental hygienist, and he recommends the brew tab product for hypochlorous acid disinfectant. With all due respect to Peter Tufano, I concur with him when he acknowledged that he himself is not a scientist. Respectfully, Les Lynette, MD. The final one is from Virginia McGinnis. There is no address, but the email address is V as in Virginia, MCGINNIS.
Madam President, would we allow someone from the public to come up to the microphone and speak without giving their name and address? This person, from what I understand, doesn't even live in Monroe, which is, so I don't understand why we're allowing more of this email campaign to go on for people that are outside of this town.
I take your position. However, the Open Public Meetings Act does allow, it does not require just simply Monroe citizens. If we're going to be fair, we'll be fair to all of them. And I'm just
Don't they have to give their address though, Miss President?
You know what? You can give the email address if they haven't given you their other address. That would be fine. It's a public record, Mr. Gorski.
Madam, Virginia McGinnis, email address V as in Virginia, MCGINNIS1@outlook.com.
Thank you. You can continue.
To whom it may concern. Members of the Board of Education are suggesting of buying appliances to make hypochlorous acid on site. As I understand Dr. Lynch at the December 2020 BOE meeting, the making of the acid, each batch would require to be tested and receive an EPA registration number. How does the BOE expect to do this? Has the BOE contacted the EPA or CDC to see if this can be used in schools? The BOE is ignoring our taxpayer-paid expert in capital letters and dependent on Google searches by BOE members that are not experts, wasting taxpayer money if they are not listening to our paid expert. BrewTab is already EPA approved and registered to use in schools, and we have a supply of it. What are the costs involved, including insurance, employees, time making this acid, bringing it to be approved by the EPA, etc.? What does the CDC or EPA recommend regarding these machines for schools? Obviously, they would not recommend them since they do not have a registration number. Additionally, it seems this homemade disinfectant has questionable potency in an institutional versus in a home setting to be an effective disinfectant for institutional use. I would also like to know what the fire inspector, hazmat, and health departments suggest in making this disinfectant chemical on site. Do they approve of this being made in schools? Has it been discussed? Has it been discussed with them? Why are we hiring experts if the BOE is not listening to them? Virginia McGinnis. That's the four that are relevant to the agenda. I have one more that is not.
Oh, then you have one more. Okay, we'll do that later. Good thing that we are asking for our facilities director to equally compare both, and hopefully he will include Dr. Lynch's previous statement. However, subsequent to, I believe, the January, February buildings and grounds and transportation, there was a different discussion regarding this. So I think it is prudent that we are having a comparison. Mr. Gross, is there anyone else? Because we'd like to move on.
No, there is no one with their hand up right now.
Okay, so just a show of hands. Let's do closing the public portion. Do I have? We're all in agreement to close the public portion. Thank you. So the next, number 10, is the Assistant Superintendent's report. Dr. Lehman.
Good evening. I just wanted to, I've been trying to focus my reports the past few months on all the good stuff our students are doing, and I'm going to continue that this month. So, thanks to the staff, thanks to the teachers and our tech department for continuing to persevere. I think, like I said last month, the light's at the end of the tunnel. We're heading in that direction. We're getting there quickly, and I'm looking forward to having these meetings in person and kind of being back to whatever our new normal looks like. So 2 clubs I'm going to highlight this month. The Environmental Action Club And some of this, so Dr. Colella and I, we collaborate on a Google Doc and we update it. He updates it with live information and I pull stuff off of it for the board meeting. So some of this goes back to around the holidays, but I want to highlight because they did some really good stuff and then it moves up to more, current activities. So around the holiday season, they worked gathering and collecting funds. They donated $2,500 to each of the few organizations that I'm going to list. Deacon's Food Pantry in Jamesburg, Rising Heights Town, and the Trenton Area Soup Kitchen. So that goes back to the holidays, but that's a tremendous feat for the Environmental Action Club. They also started an Every Action Counts podcast. It debuted earlier this year. They're currently releasing episodes on Spotify and other distribution platforms. The episodes focus on important environmental issues that's requested and kind of developed by the club membership. We have an MTHS Green Team. It's a 10-member environmental action club committee, and they're focusing on completing actions and compiling documentation to assist in certification of the Monroe Township High School as a green school at the bronze level under the Sustainable New Jersey for Schools program. So that's an ongoing project that they're working on. And they also have a single-use plastics initiative team. It's a 6-member team. They rotate another 4 members every marking period, and they focus on educating community members and school members on the harms of single-use plastics, as well as promote green alternatives. So they're doing some awesome things as an environmental action club. The second group I want to highlight this month is the Unified Activities, our high school unified program. So Project Fun, and this goes back again towards the holiday season. Students had a show and tell meeting where they shared talents, pets, and special mementos with their peers. They also chose a tasty treat to make for their families for the holidays. And then students then shopped with their parents for ingredients and created this dessert in breakout rooms with their team. So it's one of the activities they did. And then they also have a unified fitness program, and these sub activities, they're ongoing. They virtually work out with Coach Voteman. They do yoga with a yoga instructor where they practice relaxation and meditation skills. And they also engage in Zumba classes. So those are some things that our unified students and our unified programs are engaging in. And then again, the student board member highlighted this, but I think it bears repeating. We had a tremendous part 1 to our winter sports season. We had girls and boys basketball won their GMC Pod Championship, which is the furthest they could go in this COVID environment. They competed in pods this year. And then the girls and boys bowling team also won their pod championship. So that's building off of a really strong fall season. We continue to have success with our athletic programs despite what's going on. Some of these teams were involved in some COVID shutdowns and things. So regardless of what they went through, they persevered and they had an outstanding season. So if this is a sign of what's to come, I anticipate our spring teams to be equally as competitive, and I look forward to seeing what our athletes can do. And that's my report.
Thank you, Mr. Lehman. Does anyone have a question for Dr. Lehman? And I'm sorry, I keep saying Mr. Sorry, Dr. Lehman.
Madam President, I just want to compliment Dr. Lehman on the report. While we're on the path of acknowledging our student achievement, one of the things I want to bring to your notice was that last Sunday, through the India-USA Forum of Monroe Township, the kids in the high school conducted a Mindful Monroe mentoring program. The mayor and Councilman DePiro were present. I was not there, but I heard it went extremely well. They basically talked to them about going to the college experience and things like that, but more importantly, help them with public speaking and other things. So this is an annual program that these kids have been doing, and about 45 kids or so were involved in it. So I just want to bring it to your attention.
Thank you. And that's part of the school group, Mr. Polari?
The participants are from the school, but it's being done by a nonprofit organization.
Okay. Okay. Thank you, Dr. Lehman. Dr. Alvick, would you like to proceed?
Okay, so good evening, everyone. Last year, the district began the process of writing a strategic action plan. This is a 3 to 5 year plan of goals for our school district. The community was invited to meet last January 2020 and February 2020 for the first 2 of 3 meetings. Due to the pandemic, we had postponed our 3rd meeting, but I'm happy to announce that we have scheduled a virtual meeting for April 6th at 7 p.m. and invite all community members to join us for the 3rd meeting. Information and outcomes from the first 2 meetings are available on our district website for your review, and we will go over them at the beginning of that evening. An invitation was sent through the Monroe Pulse flyer, and several reminders will be sent out prior to our meeting, and I look forward to seeing you there. Tomorrow, I will be testifying at the Senate budget hearing to the state to state our district needs for fair funding. As was already mentioned, there was a letter writing campaign that came out of one of our committee meetings last week, and that information is available on our website. And I invite any member of the public to utilize the sample letter and the addresses that are available there to join in that. Hybrid days are continuing at our schools. A survey was sent to all families about their choice to be hybrid or remote as of April 12th. The plan is to have all hybrid students in the building 5 days per week as of April 12th, 4 days for pre-K and kindergarten. I do have some concerns with staff and students traveling over spring break. As of now, the governor still has the travel quarantine in effect for New Jersey, so anyone who travels outside of the 5-state area for longer than 24 hours is required to quarantine for 10 days. If they get a negative COVID PCR test between days 5 and 7, they can return after 7 days. We're monitoring the staff needed for the building, and at this time, we are not planning to move to full remote after spring break and are asking staff to report any travel to their administrators so that buildings can be prepared. But this may change based on numbers. A decision will be made by early next week if we will need to move to full remote the week after spring break. The district restart and recovery team will be meeting prior to spring break to review the updates to the current plan and identify phases for fully reopening schools as the pandemic and guidelines allow, as was requested in the committee meetings last week. As of last Friday, we have 63 staff members and 187 students who have tested positive. Currently, we have 34 staff members and 75 students who are required to quarantine. And again, the quarantine may be due to travel, symptoms, or exposure to a positive case. We are continuing to monitor all guidance coming from the New Jersey Department of Education and make adjustments as necessary. We are also planning for a special Board of Education meeting on April 7th, and it will be to recognize our students and staff and their accomplishments. So more information on that to come. So moving to tonight's agenda. Tonight on the agenda, Miss Nancy Mills, 4th grade teacher at Brookside Schools, is retiring at the end of the school year after teaching in Monroe for 13.5 years. I thank her for her years of service to the students and wish her a long and healthy retirement. So it's recommended that the board approve the following personnel items A through AE by roll call.
So moved.
We have, yeah. Do we have a second, please?
Second.
Karen Bierman. Okay, any discussion for Dr. Alvick?
May I?
Yes, Mr. Ruski.
So I just wanted to ask Dr. Alvick, do we have the numbers on the high school survey as far as kids that are going to go back to school versus kids are going to stay virtual?
We have preliminary numbers that I'm not ready to share just yet.
Okay.
We are, the results were due last Thursday, and the schools are now in the process of reaching out to any parent that did not respond. So once we get that, I'll be happy to share with the community once we have the final numbers, and I'll share that out in an update.
That'd be great. Thank you. And then just not necessarily, you talked about, the teachers. Have we put together, are we doing anything as a district to try to get our Monroe Township teachers vaccinated?
We've actually are trying on multiple fronts. I've been working with the Middlesex County superintendents. We've been trying to plead our cases to the Department of Health. The Department of Health person, Les Jones, is actually coming to our meeting Wednesday morning. Hopefully we'll have an idea of a plan. I also have been in contact with one of our state representatives who was trying to get us some help. And the union president, Beth Ann Augsbach, the MTA union president, has been working, trying to get Central State to work with us. I've called Central State, CVS, Rite Aid, every place that was offering, and I have not gotten anywhere with it. But we are continuing to try so that we can get the teachers back.
And something like the Monroe Township Senior Center, like we can't get a day for Monroe schools personnel and.
Not at this time, and it's not up to them, it's up to the Department of Health. So,
It is, right.
yeah.
Right. All right, we'll keep trying. Thank you for
So
trying.
we're gonna keep trying, and the other thing that may, I don't know if this is gonna come to fruition either, but some of the other states surrounding us have done away with the travel quarantine, and that would also help us too. So, but we haven't heard anything about that yet.
Right. Okay, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Anyone else? Yes, Ms. Belko.
I just have a concern. I noticed on here that there are 4 math teachers going out on leave. And
Yes.
so I'm concerned, especially 3 of them are from the high school. And I know that we have a lot of math sections. So I just, and I saw some of the resumes, but do you have a contingency plan? Do we have something working? I did see in the other report that we do have some teachers doing extra. Is that how that's going to be covered?
Yes.
Extra
Yeah,
classes?
we've actually posted for the positions because
Okay.
we're hoping to find someone to fill the positions, but if not, it will be covered in-house, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Are we posting to fill the positions as leave replacements? Is that what they are?
Yes, they're leave replacements.
Okay, and they're medical leave, so by contractual agreement, anyone who asks for medical leave, I'm not being specific, is entitled to it based on the contract, correct?
As long as they have the time that they've needed to put in, yes.
Okay. Anyone else? Seeing none, do we have a motion? Did we have that motion?
Yeah, Mr.
Yes.
Pelori made the
Yes.
motion, Ms.
Okay.
Bierman seconded it.
Okay, Mr. Gorski?
Yes, ma'am. Roll call on personnel items A through AE. Ms. Belko.
Yes.
Thank you. Ms. Bierman.
Yes.
Mr. Chiarella.
Yes.
Mr. Nicotinsky.
Yes.
Mr. Pelori.
Yes.
Mr. Rutsky.
Yes.
Ms. Siegel. Ms. Skirby.
Yes.
Mr. Tefano.
Yes.
And Madam President,
Yes.
personnel items A through E passes unanimously.
Okay, and then moving on to board action items. There is on board action items a district calendar change for this current school year. The high school is working on alternate plans for a junior prom and a senior prom. We want to try to give our students as much of the experiences that we can. And in order to do that, we've moved the junior prom date from the April date to June 4th. So this requires a change in the 4-hour session date. So that's why the calendar is on the board agenda for reapproval tonight. So it is recommended that the board approve the previously submitted list. It's recommended that the board approve the following personnel board action items A through M as in Mary by roll call.
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion?
I
Questions?
just have one question for Dr.
Yes,
Ali.
Mr. Chiarella.
Is so will the junior prom be outside still?
That is the plan as of right now.
Okay, thank you. I have a teenager asking me, that's why. Thank
Yep,
you.
that is the plan.
I'm sure a lot of the teenagers are interested in that answer.
Yeah, I know that Dr. Higgins sends out a Friday update every week, so he's trying to keep the high school abreast of all of the changes and upcoming things.
Okay. Anyone else? Roll call, please.
Board action items A through M moved by Mr. Chiarella, seconded by Mr. Tefano. Ms. Belko.
Yes.
Thank you. Ms. Bierman.
Yes.
Mr. Chiarella.
Yes.
Mr. Nicotinsky.
Yes.
Mr. Pelori.
Yes.
Mr. Rutsky. Mr. Rutsky.
Yes, sorry, I double clicked.
Ms. Siegel.
Yes.
Ms. Skirby.
Yes.
Mr. Tefano.
Yes.
Madam President,
Yes.
board action items A through M has passed.
Okay, that concludes my report.
Madam Board President and members of the Monroe Township Board of Education, it is recommended that board action items A through I be approved by consent roll call.
So moved.
Any second?
Second.
Mr. Tufano? I have a couple questions. Does anyone else want to ask Mr. Gorski anything? I have two questions. Mr. Rutsky, go right ahead.
Yeah, just one quick question. I'm just not sure on A, number 2, with regards to retaining a lawyer. That's not for the district, is it? This is just something specific?
Madam President, I respectfully request that Mr. Gagliardi address that one.
Okay.
I'm not sure what an SEC matter is.
Mr. Gagliardi.
Yeah, thank you, Madam President. So the SEC there stands for the School Ethics Commission, and when there's a School Ethics Commission matter, council needs to be appointed to handle it, and that's the purpose of that agenda item.
And is there a reason why we're not using Mr. Gagliardi?
Yes, the reason is that the nature of the matter requires separate counsel as opposed to putting us in a position where there might be a conflict of interest.
Could be conflict.
Okay. Can't be waived by public bodies.
Understood. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Polari.
I didn't see this. So does it mean that the district has to bear the cost of Mr. Rubin, who's handling this SEC matter?
Well, the district's insurance carrier is going to be handling this, but as a matter of law, the individual is entitled to be provided by counsel. That's the statutory site you see in the resolution, which I prepared.
Okay.
And I do believe that Mr. Rubin has served this board in similar matters in the past. Anyone else? Okay, I'm going to ask my question. Mr. Gorski, the student internship, Seton Hall University, can you talk about the merits of that and how it would benefit the district? Because it's very slanted towards, it seems to me, I read the whole contract, and it seems to be that it definitely helps students in graduate programs get through internships, and they're using the district to do that. And we have to have our own insurance for that, and they have their insurance. But it does seem that we're taking our district staff to accommodate the interns. And there may be a good reason for it, but it wasn't articulated in the contract.
Madam President, I respectfully request that that question be posed to Dr. Alvick or Dr. Lehman, as I cannot satisfy you.
Okay, it was on your schedule. So, but yes, Dr. Alvick or Dr. Lehman, who would like to take that?
This is, we've done these before. This is really for student teachers. So that's why it's called a student internship, because sometimes it's the student teaching aspect of it. Sometimes it's like the junior practicum. This definitely helps our district because it's an extra set of hands working with our students. We do not force our teachers to take a student teacher or to take an intern. We put it out there. If they choose to do it, then we would accept the intern or the student teacher in our classrooms. It's an extra set of hands that they work with to work with our students. The student teachers learn on the job. They may be working under a tenured certificated staff member.
Right.
And it also gives us the opportunity to take a look at some of these, and it's in case, as they go to graduate, they kind of have a 3-6 or 6-month job interview that we can kind of take a look at where they are.
Have we done this
as a possibility?
Have we done this with Seton Hall before?
Yes, we've done this. Each of the universities usually comes up with this, and we've approved them in the past. It depends on the university and how often it has to be approved.
I just haven't seen a whole lot of Seton Hall graduates, apply for some of our jobs. So I would like to see that. That would be great. Mm-hmm. Okay, another question on the contract renewal from Computer Solutions. in that contract, it said we would get a 2% discount if it's paid in full by July 1st, 2021. That means we are paying up front, Mr. Gorski. If that's something you would recommend, will we be doing that to save 2%, or do you think it's best that we just pay as we go?
If the purchase order is issued and the board approves the resolution, we pay for items after the services are rendered. But a contract like this, I believe, and Mr. Gagliardi, you can comment certainly, I believe we can pay this upfront if the board authorizes this and take advantage of the 2% discount.
Before he answers, is it prudent for us to do that? Have we worked with this vendor in the past and we are confident that we will have the proper services if we pay for it upfront? So two things: is it prudent, and are you confident that they will fulfill their obligation if we pay in advance?
Yes, thank you. Confidence is very high. We went out for a request for proposal for software for the accounting system and HR system years back. This is a fraction of what the main competitor is, which is a company called Systems 3000. They gave us a quote many years ago of about $30,000 for all of those systems. This came in initially at 6. Now with inflation, it's up to 12. Systems 3000 has also gone up. Staff finds this software very easy to use and reliable, so I have no problem recommending it at all.
Okay.
And as far as the discount,
we'll let Mr. Gagliardi
yes.
then answer that if it's legally feasible.
Thank you, Madam President. Of course, I haven't seen this contract, but I know that the vendors for school districts typically sign a voucher and certify under penalty of perjury that they've provided the goods and services for which they're seeking payment in order for the board secretary to review it and then submit it to the board. I don't know how a vendor could satisfy that they have, under penalty of perjury, provided the goods and services at issue when, by definition, they haven't provided the goods and services at issue because they're paying in advance. So I don't want the board to necessarily turn its back on a 2% discount, but I do not believe it's possible for this vendor to provide the requisite certification for payment.
Okay, so we may not be able to take advantage of the incentive, but maybe you can take a look at it, and I suppose if because it is part and parcel of the contract, if we approve it tonight, it could be reviewed, and then that decision would be made without us having to have another resolution. Would that be acceptable, or would we have to come back?
Madam, I could tell you that the district has never taken advantage of the discount in the past.
Okay.
It's a license agreement, so the software is available for use from the district from the point that the purchase order is issued. But if the discount here is really immaterial at about $250, so if it pleases everyone, we'll skip the discount and pay it once the services are rendered, if that's acceptable terms to the vendor.
Okay, that's fine. I've just read the contract. Shame on me. I read the whole thing. Okay. We can move on. If no one else has a question, we can take a vote. Oh, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. I have one last question about letter I. The date on this document says September.
There was.
Am I still on mute? No, I'm not.
You're
September
right.
of 2020 through June of 2021. I'm just curious as to why we're just seeing this now. It's the joint transport agreement.
Oh, that's with Camden?
Yeah.
The one with Camden.
Yeah, that's what, letter I.
And the concern is the date reflected where?
On the second page of the document, the term of agreement, the start date, September 21st, 2020, end date 6/30/2021. And it's for $14,960.93.
Yes. I will hazard a guess there and say that Mrs. McDonald, the transportation director, may be interested and having them provide services to the district within that calendar year, that school year. But I will have to check with her. Certainly, we
Well,
have
according
not
to this, they
had.
would have been doing it since September.
No, not necessarily. We would not have had services because we weren't authorized until the agreement was put forth. So I can tell you nothing's happened yet.
Yeah, but then
Maybe
would
it's just
we,
a broad window of date there.
yeah, but would we be obligated to pay for them the full $14,000 if we hadn't incurred the services? Can we table that until we get further information or clarification?
Yeah, I have no objection to table that.
And it's not going to hurt anyone or anybody's transportation, is it?
I hope not.
So that would be my question. Is this not a special transportation for a special needs student? Is that's what I thought it was. A shared agreement.
That's why I questioned the date and why we're just seeing it now.
We would just be careful not to, if we don't bless it and now all of a sudden we don't have transportation for some students or student. I don't know. That's just, I'd be careful.
We have, Madam President, we have another meeting coming up soon. Why don't we table it till then?
I was going to say, can we change it and have it just prorated? Or do we have to?
I would prefer to table it and investigate it.
Do we need to make another motion, Mike?
Just table I, so this board action items will be A through
H.
A through H.
And then we'll have to vote on, well, if we ask to table it, don't we have to have a vote on that first? Mr. Gagliardi?
No, I
Madam
simply
President,
removed it from the resolution.
Yeah, there's been no motion to
Okay.
approve the agenda, so at Mr. Gorski's recommendation, you just, when the motion is made, it won't include I.
Okay. Thank you. Go ahead, Mr. Gorski.
So for clarification, it is recommended that board action items A through H be approved by consent roll call. I apologize for the confusion on G. I'm sorry, I. We will get back for more information on that.
So moved.
Second.
Okay. Roll call, please.
Mr. Chiarella and Mr. Pelori?
Or but
Yes.
the opposite way. He was first.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Ms. Belko,
Yes.
Ms. Bierman,
Yes.
Mr. Chiarella,
Yes.
Mr. Nicotinsky,
Yes.
Mr. Pelori,
Yes.
Mr. Rutsky,
Yes.
Ms. Siegel,
Yes.
Ms. Skirby,
Yes.
Mr. Tofano,
Yes.
and Madam President.
Yes.
Board action items A through H has passed. That concludes my report. Thank you.
Are we done? Okay, so we have the board president's report, I believe, is next. Yes. Again, I'm going to be brief given the time. Everything that needs to be said is said. I would, however, ask the public to be community minded, and for those who want to send their students back to school in person, please be mindful that traveling too far, whether you feel it is a danger or not, may put our getting back into school in danger. So let's be as community mindful as possible. That's just a plea for all concerned. Everybody wants the kids back in school, including the children. They'll never say, "Oh, mommy, I don't want to go to school today." They'll be very happy to go. Also, I want to make it clear that the Board of Education, all of the board members, are engaging in the best interest of the students, and we would like to have best practices. We have disagreements, but we respectfully have those disagreements, and we want to expand our options in a lot of things with this board and the decisions we need to make. So we do seek, first and foremost, the advice of professionals, but we also have to be respectful of people bringing new ideas. We have a very tight budget. We want to look at all avenues, and we certainly want to keep our children safe. first and foremost. So doing what we need to do and having the discussion is part of our process and our decision making. I think I'll leave it at that. I do want to congratulate all the students in our district who are hanging in there and doing well and trying the best they can to, in this situation. And certainly parents and teachers and everyone else. And for the committees that put the budget together, thank you for your work and keeping us afloat. We want to continue to provide the best services we can for our community and our students. And I will now ask if we have any other Board of Education business.
I have something.
Mr. Chiarella?
Yeah, I just want to mention that March is Developmental Disabilities Awareness Month. So I don't know what we have planned as a district, but I just wanted to mention that it's an important month that we're able to focus on our children with disabilities and just make their educational experience better. And I don't know if Dr. Alvick has anything to say about that, but it wasn't mentioned today during the meeting, so I wanted to mention it.
I can say that Mr. Flauem and Ms. Ruella have been sending out almost daily messages to staff and to families about the Developmental Disabilities Awareness Month with a lot of really good information. So you can check out the flyers that have been going out, and that is in collaboration with our CPAG group, the Special Education Parents group in the district. So they've been working on that, and they've been planning activities through that.
Ms. Siegel, I'm sorry, Ms. Chiarella, you're done. Ms. Siegel, please.
I should think.
Thank you, Mr. Arminio. So first I have a couple items, but first I want to thank and wanted to wish Mrs. Mills a happy retirement. She is an amazing teacher. I've known her for many years. I've sat with her on the District Wellness Council, but she is one of those teachers that you'll remember for a very long time. She not only taught her students curriculum, but she taught them how to be good citizens inside and outside the classroom. So I just want to wish her all the best. The other thing is I want to thank the Oak Tree Applegarth PTA for the virtual Read Across America. I'm looking forward to read to the students in this new format this week. And I also have a resolution or recommendation that I'd like to read to the board. It is recommended that the members of the Monroe Township Board of Education accept and acknowledge the donation of $5,000 from Mr. Surendra and Dr. Purnima Valabaneni to be utilized for 5 $1,000 need-based scholarships for 5 graduating seniors who will be attending college in September 2021. So I'd like to thank them for their generous donation to our students once again.
I'll second that.
Second it? Okay. Is there a criteria for those $1,000 for 5 students?
Deserving.
Yeah, it's need-based students. So I think I will turn it over to Dr. Alvick and Mr. Gorski to work with the high school to make sure we have something in place.
Okay, that's good enough. We have a second, so did you want to speak to that, Mr. Pellery?
No, I'm sorry. I thought.
No, we had a first and a second, I believe, correct, Mr. Gorski?
Yes,
Shall we
ma'am.
have a roll call, please?
Yes, ma'am. Ms. Belko. Motion to accept donation.
Yes, I'm sorry.
Thank you. Ms. Bierman.
Yes.
Mr. Chiarella.
Yes.
Mr. Nicotinsky.
Yes.
Mr. Pellery.
Yes.
Mr. Rutsky.
Yes.
Ms. Siegel.
Yes.
Ms. Kirby.
Yes.
Mr. Tefano.
Yes.
Madam Board President.
Yes, and thank you very much for the generous donation. Thank you.
Motion passes.
Madam President,
Okay, yes, sir.
very quickly, this is the second year that Surendra and Purnima are making a donation. I want to acknowledge their generosity towards the school district. Thank you very much. Second thing is, Madam President, I acknowledge and thank you for your comments about, we are here to debate on what's good for the district. At the end of the day, we may agree, but we definitely don't want to make this as an animosity towards each other. And it's unfortunate that some people tend to portray it that way. It's our duty to discuss these things before we agree and vote on things. So thank you very much for standing up. I appreciate that. Last but not least is for those of you who are on the Rutgers team, you are in the March Madness, and I wish you all the best for at least winning one game and moving to the next step. Thank you. That's all I have.
Is there anyone else?
Yes.
Ms. Skirby, would you like to speak?
Yes. I attended the second part of Governance 1 last week along with Katie Belko and Karen Bierman. We will complete the orientation this Thursday. So far, this has been very good information we are getting. I learned a lot about harassment, intimidation, and bullying, the HIB law, and I suggest possibly that the district have school boards come in and do a training for all, for the board, for the staff, and the community. It's important to understand the law and how it's set up to protect students against bullying, intimidation, and harassment from all people, not just from other students. I have a much better understanding of the criteria and how we as board members are supposed to report any possible cases directly to the superintendent. They explained that it is not enough to tell a parent to report it. School board said that it falls on board members legally to report it if they witness it and they hear about it. Additionally, they gave a very detailed presentation on ethics and learned that any determination of an ethics case, as well as any consent order or ruling from the Department of Education, would be sent to the Board of Education. They said specifically it should be sent to the board secretary. They also mentioned that since it is all public information, it would be acceptable for the Board of Education to read such filings at a public Board of Education meeting. They said this is because it is all public record and it is not considered a personnel or a personal matter. Additionally, school board said that if someone violated a board policy, the board could take action that they deem necessary. Any ruling from the Ethics Commission or Department of Education would not preclude the board from taking its own separate action based on violations of board policy. Lastly, in regards to meeting minutes, school board said that board committees should decide who takes the minutes of their meetings, that it doesn't necessarily need to be the superintendent or a member of the administration. So again, we finish up this week on Thursday with the third part of Governance 1.
Very nice. Ms. Belko, did you have something you'd like to add?
I just wanted to piggyback on Ken. He raised his hand before I did about Disability Awareness Month. And I did want to give a shout out that on the Township Facebook page, the Township Board of Education official Facebook page, there have been some excellent articles out there, and I just would like the public to go take some time to go out there, read them for yourselves, read them with your kids, because there's a lot of misinformation out there about kids with disabilities and the difference between biases and unconscious bias and the implicit bias one is one that I really thought was a very good area where you could have conversations with your kids who come to school with our kids. And I say that because they come to school with my kids, and, you know, I have 4. And so I kind of have my own internal house kind of, you know, we blend together and everybody is the same. And that's the goal, is inclusion all across the board, and inclusion in all of our classrooms, and inclusion in all of the things that we do to the best of what we can do. So I do applaud that there is some of that there. And Ken, thank you for bringing that up and reminding us about it, because those of us who live with it, we live it every day, and even on weekends. So thank you. And I also wanted to just say as well, please be safe on spring break and come back safe. And if you're going anywhere, wash your hands. That's the nurse. The nurse in me telling you, wash your hands.
And thank you, Ms. Belko. Mr. Rutsky, did you have your hand almost up?
I was almost up, and I just wanted to thank you very much for the opportunity to speak. You mentioned congratulating the students that are doing really well. And I just wanted to point out and make note to the public that if you know anybody that's not doing well,
Right.
One of the things we just approved tonight is professional development on suicide awareness. And just a reminder to the public, if you are struggling with anything, if you know anybody that's struggling, we do have a Center for Counseling Services within the school district that stands ready, willing, and able to help. So just wanted to just put that out there. I think most people are doing pretty well. I think there are some people that are hiding that they're not doing so well. And I want them to feel comfortable to come speak and get help if they need it. That's all. Thank
That's
you.
great. Thank you. Anyone else? Okay, I think our next on the agenda is the public forum. If we have not had anyone sleeping.
Madam
Mr.
President,
Rose,
it's only been 3 hours and 45 minutes since we started.
dear goodness.
saying.
And Mr. Polari, well, you were there at the curriculum meeting. Yes. What can I tell you? We have a big district.
That makes it four hours and 45 minutes. Okay.
We have a lot to say and a lot to think about. Mr. Gross, can we have someone in the public who wishes to speak? Let
Yes,
them
Madam
know.
Board President. I will share the call-in number again, though, just for anybody.
Very quick, yeah.
Sure, here it comes.
Madam President, just a reminder, I have one submitted comment.
Okay, you can do that first, Mr. Gorski, then. Mr. Gross, you can leave that up if you want, and we'll
Sure.
hold off until Mr. Gorski is finished with the statement, and if he'll just say the name and address of the person, please.
Okay. Before we heard from Master Shah, the son of Rashini Shah, and this one is from Rashini Shah. And the email address is rosh26@gmail.com. I would like the statement below to be submitted and read during the Board of Education meeting on Monday, March 15th. To whom it may concern, I'm writing this letter as a concerned parent regarding the lack of planning and foresight demonstrated by our district administration leadership. We started the year virtually and did not begin hybrid model until November 16th, well after many other neighboring districts who opened on September and October. We then moved to full remote learning on December 16th and opened back up early February. It took until March 4th for the parents to receive a survey to indicate their desire to expand the hybrid program to 5 days a week on April 12th. Many of our neighboring districts have sent surveys to parents in January and expanded the hybrid program in February. While I suspected that our district did not have a detailed plan on opening up in various phases, it was not confirmed until I watched the policy meeting when board member Chrissy Skirby asked for a phased plan on return to school from now until September and beyond. She asked for a cadence on when the Restart and Recovery Committee would meet and was told that the committee would only meet to develop the plan. They haven't met since that time because the plans had not changed. Yet when asked for a phased approach, Dr. Alvick pushed back because everything is constantly changing. This is a perfect example of where we fall short and consequently have our children in school less than our neighboring school districts who have a proactive approach, such as South Brunswick. Our children deserve more. They deserve an organized, well laid out plan for the remainder of the school year for the 21-22 school year also. This should be a priority, and for once, our administration leadership needs to be proactive rather than reactive. Some of our neighboring districts are rolling out opening 4 to 5 days full, and we need to step up and start planning for this also. I look forward to seeing positive changes and hope we can get the children back into the buildings full time. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Okay, Mr. Gross.
Madam Board President, we have Brian Fabiano. Brian,
Okay,
would you like video?
No, that's fine. Brian Fabiano, 19 Patricia Place. I just wanted to say this because it was pretty apparent during the last public comment section. I think it's pretty apparent these orchestrated hit pieces that that take place on these calls for whatever political reasons. But I just want to implore this board to not be bogged down by the noise and keep doing what you're doing for our kids. At the end of the day, safety comes first for our children. Our kids want to get back to school. We need to move on, and our kids are in school for education, and that's really what matters. A lot of callers called in, mentioning a board member's name around this cleaning solution, that tells me that it's nothing more than politics, because last time I checked, this board is made up of many people here, not just one person making a decision. And that's the nice thing about having a board with multiple members. So, that, in my opinion, we need to focus less time on these orchestrated acts, and really, depend and more time on getting our kids education and doing it in a safe way. I don't hear much when it comes to Applegarth. The water problems there, the lead, in the water there. The kids can't even drink the water in the schools. They have, asbestos in the building. The building is falling apart. You don't ever hear these orchestrated, call-ins and, letters being sent in, and how all those kids, are in a school every day that's dangerous. And really the focus, you can tell, is backwards here. So just wanted to make a comment on that. I have a couple of questions that, Madam President, maybe perhaps you could have the attorney answer as it relates to the Oprah request information. When someone requests information from the school district, does it have to go through the Oprah process? If someone were to send an email to an administrator, are they able to share information without there being a formal Oprah request filed? Number one question. Second one, when an employee uses their personal devices for school-related business, does that device become discoverable in the Oprah process? Number three, when does an Oprah request require a payment for the Oprah requester? When does it become, how do you quantify for it to be a fair and reasonable request? Because I've made requests in the past and I was told that I'd be charged, man hours to fulfill the request. So I'm wondering how you quantify what a fair and reasonable request is. My last question, as it relates to the stunt shows, I saw last year and was pretty appalled when the board made, a member on the board a public laughing stock for a bogus petition that was filed by many people that weren't even in this town. And, the previous board president, made the board at the time, condone something that didn't even happen while this person was a board member, and really had it be a big publicity show. I know that another petition was sent into this Board of Education by community members, a whole lot of them, addressing an administrator who allegedly pled guilty to ethics violations that were passed down by the LOA. And I know that a lot of folks wanted it addressed. Here in Mrs. Skirby's comments tonight, coincidentally, I'd like to know why that petition was never addressed by this board. And if it is, and perhaps it's not in the public's view, will something like that be addressed? Because I don't think we should have double standards, and I don't think we should have administrators moonlighting their own businesses on the time clock, and having that brushed under the carpet.
I'm going to let Mr. Gagliardo address those if he wishes, and then I may perhaps make a comment. But Mr. Gagliardo for the legal advice.
Thank you, Madam President. I think only those first few were directed to me as it relates to Oprah. So the first question was, do you have to go through Oprah requests to get information from the district? It's a pretty broad question, but remember, Oprah is not about information, it's about documents, right? So if we're going to say, what's the process for X, you could direct that to an administrator and they could answer as they see fit. They're under no obligation to do so, although of course, being public officials, they typically answer those questions. Those questions are not covered by Oprah. Requests for information. Requests for documents, yes. Requests for documents come through the Oprah process, and there are obviously legal requirements as to what the public is entitled to get and the time frame in which the public is entitled to get it. The second question relates to if there's a request for communications and a school official is using a personal electronic communications device as opposed to a district website, would those things still be available to an Oprah request? The answer is yes. It does not matter what email address someone is using. If there are documents transmitted electronically and they are responsive to an Oprah request because they are from a public official in the course of doing business as a public official. It doesn't make a difference whether it's a private email address or a municipal email address. You take that outside of the context of electronic communications and go back to the days of paper. There's a file cabinet in a school official's office, and there was a request for those materials. If they're responsive, they have to be produced. If you took the files home, it doesn't make them any less available to the public. They just happen to be at home. So the law is pretty clear on that. The third question relating to Oprah was about the process for charging. Our office has never been involved in how that's handled by the district, so I have no information in which to respond as to the third question. Thank you, Madam President.
Okay, in terms of the cost of labor, technically, there are two ways to do it. There are some cases in the Open Public Records Act that gives a provision for costs of labor. However, in the most general sense, there is no cost charged for labor. If someone has to archive or do something very, very specific, there may be a nominal cost. Generally, the cost is if you want to produce hard copies. They're 5 cents a piece for hard copies, but the cost of putting those hard copies or copying them is not to be charged to the requester. So again, there's a very long a list of very good information on the Open Public Records Act, and perhaps maybe we will have an open public records expert and an open public meetings expert also provide maybe a community meeting, because again, I think it's essential not just to the Board of Education, but to citizens in this community to be versed on open public records. Generally, and there are documents that upon request should be delivered immediately. Those are contracts, those are budgetary items and invoices, things like that. Don't take my word on everything, but there is a list of things that when requested should be available upon request. You shouldn't have to wait the requisite 7 business days. So again, we probably all need to be better versed on Oprah, including myself. And the final thing, I think I will reserve discussion on that until such time as it may be discussed. Sorry about that. That'll happen. I believe that was the time frame for Mr. Fabiano. It was. Mr. Gross, anyone else?
Yes, Madam Board President. We have Prakash Parab.
Okay.
Prakash, would you like video?
Whatever you want, I'm ready.
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
You start my time. Madam President, I'm so disappointed. We are going to get, New Jersey is going to get $3 billion towards the school districts. And we already said, our lawyer says, our administrators, oh, give up. We are not going to get anything. That is very disappointing. We want to know why our school district cannot get it, okay? Secondly, in the budget, I don't want to see any temporary trailers. If you put any temporary trailers, we will demonstrate. What we need is nothing should be wasted and thrown away after 5 years, okay, in the budget. Think over it. And another one thing is, I'm a scientist, I'm a PhD. I have 40 products approved. I have seen toxicity, I have seen everything. I say that for HOCl, buy a machine which is used in the hospitals, which has been produced to be safe in dentists, offices, hospitals, schools, and everywhere, and evaluate it. And as one of the members said, lease it or buy it and evaluate it and use it between high school and middle school, whatever you all decide. I'll ask one question. I'm a scientist. Blue tab is an eye irritant, skin irritant. So blue tab is a tablet. One has to wear gloves. One has to wear eyeglasses. What happens if the child ingests it? It's a blue tab. Do you answer, Madam President?
Oh, sir, I cannot. I respectfully defer to your credentials.
If you want to defer to me, it is an effervescent tablet. When you put it in water, bubbles come up. and it dissolves. If you want to put that tablet, blue tablet, a child ingest, look at the irritation with the tongue, throat, and esophagus and stomach. Decide, think over it. Don't make it political. I'm Prakash Parab. It is for the children. So can you answer, anyone can answer that question on liability today? A lawyer, everyone.
Say that one again, sir.
Can anyone answer that my question? If blue tab is ingested with the information I've given you by the child, and you are bringing the blue tab in the facility, and this is what happens to the child ingested if you are bringing it in our children's facility.
Dr. Parab, I believe that will also, look, I understand that you understand this better than maybe all of us on the board. And we are hopeful that when we do get the comparison, that kind of information will be included in the documentation.
Yeah, so my request is, I'm a public, I'm a PhD, how I can offer my service where the decisions are taken and impartial way it is analyzed.
I will talk to the administration and perhaps we can have you help us review the documentation. We certainly can. Yeah, let me do that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, I think he's done, Mr. Gross. Are you done, Dr. Parab?
Yes, thank you. Have a nice year. Thank you, everyone.
Mr. Gross.
Yes, Madam Board President, we have Betty Saab. Betty, like video?
No, I don't need video. Thank you. Betty Sabarito, 2 Barrymore Drive. I just wanted to say thank you to Mr. Chiarella and Mrs. Belko for bringing up the Disability Awareness Month. As CPAC, we're working very closely with Mr. Flaum, and I thank him so much for his hard work to just not only make it about March, but going forward in our district to offer support of awareness of developmental disabilities, and so that we can really foster an inclusive learning environment for all of our students. To that point, I just wanted to touch again on the budget. I've said this year after year, we always present this budget and we talk about how much money special education costs us, and it does. However, we fail to advise the public that 59% of our state aid is special education aid. Almost 84% of our federal aid is special education aid. So we're not a fully funded district for general education or for special education, but we're getting a lot of funding for special education. And when you look at the number of special education students, we have over 1,600 IEPs in this district at a little bit less than 7,000 students. That's almost 23% of our student population. That is more than 1/5 of our students. So of course, the spending on special education should be a big part of our budget. And again, I'm just asking once again in this campaign to support and include and try and make it a more universal district for all students, that when we present this budget, yes, we present how much special education costs, but we're also very upfront about what we're receiving. I also want to say that Dr. Lehman, I heard today on the curriculum committee, a lot of words that you use, such as differentiation, students that are thriving versus students that are struggling. Thank you for changing some of the terminology that we've heard in the past, where we were using, not yourself, but where other people were using more derogatory terms. So I really thank you for that, because it does foster this environment of we are all equal. So that was my only point. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Gorski, can you just briefly explain to Betty's point that in some cases we do get reimbursed, I believe, by the state for some of the cost of our students?
Yes, Madam President, we receive state aid called categorical special education aid, just over $5 million. That's where the $1.6 million increase was appropriated on that line item of aid. We also receive extraordinary aid, which reimburses the district for out-of-district costs and services provided to students, such as nursing and things like that. That's $397,000 is budgeted. We receive reimbursement from Medicaid of $65,075. And we receive federal aid with Title I, IDEA, Title II, Title III, and other grants totaling $1.2 million. So Mrs. Severino's point is accurate. The majority of the state aid we receive is for special education aid, or at least categorized for such. And so is the federal aid passing through the state.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Gross, anyone else?
Yes, Madam Board President, we have Tim Esso. Tim,
Okay,
would you
Mr.
like video?
No, thank you. Tim Esso, 2 Allison Court, Monroe. I'm just going to echo some of the same sentiment that Mr. Fabiano had said before regarding Oprah requests. We've had this issue over and over again. I've had close to 45 emails, Oprah emails redacted from me, and all to the same person, from the same person. This is an issue that I feel has been systemic for the last couple of years. We have a administrator who has 3 upheld violations on him, and we're not doing anything moving forward to fix that. It's starting to get frustrating for the public as well as myself. Now I want to switch gears, and I want to switch to something good. I have developed, I've come up with a plan to take anybody who needs a ride. Now that the vaccination is more readily available for our seniors or people who can't get a ride, I've come up with more than a dozen volunteers who are willing to take anybody who's looking to go get their vaccination who does not have a ride. We've been taking multiple people every day. It's a real feel-good story. And the more it gets out there, the more people call, the more people message me and say, look, I need a ride, or my grandmother needs a ride, or this one needs a ride. So, if the board can put that out there, and whoever's listening in the public today, if anybody needs a ride, please have them PM me or one of you and have them get in touch with me. And if I can't do it, we have, like I said, better than a dozen volunteers who have, been selling people back and forth for their shots, whether it's one or they're both. We'll figure it out. So that's just what I want to say. And with that said as well, long meeting tonight, and everybody have a good night.
Mr. Esso, before you leave, I'd like to discuss it with the administration, but would it be appropriate for us to put it on our Facebook page and have, if it's possible, we'll talk about it. I don't want to overburden the administration, but say that we have volunteers that may be available on,
we have plenty of volunteers that are available to take whomever, whenever. Okay. I mean, I've gone as far down as Atlantic City, taking somebody. It's just, it's for someone who's really in need to get a ride. It's just a real feel good story. And so many good people have stepped up to the plate and have done this for people who are really desperate.
Well,
So,
thank them for us. You know what? I will email you in the morning.
yep, sounds
I'll mail
good.
you an email anyway. Thank you, Mr. Esso.
Thank you, Madam President.
Mr. Gross.
Yes, Madam Board President, we have Pradeep Malam.
Okay.
Pradeep, would you like video?
No, thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, Mr. Malam.
Thank you, President. Pradeep Malam, 4 Jake Place. With the email reading, Madam President, I want you to remind, if you allow just by email ID without address and name, there will be you should be get ready for thousands of email coming in your way, because that is not the way the public forum is there, right?
Right.
You have to be present, and if it is in a virtual world, you are encouraging people to submit it. But if you submit by email ID, unique email ID, it is going to be somehow a mismanagement, or you are opening the gates for to get spammed. Perfect.
Okay.
That's my point number 1. Point number 2, this is regarding the Oprah. So my question to our attorney in presence is, do I need to specifically say I need this particular document, or can I say I want this information? I don't know about the document because I'm not an expert in the school administration. So the nature of the information is enough, or do I need to specifically say what kind of document I'm really looking for?
Mr. Gagliardi, if you want to respond to that.
Yeah, the short answer to the question is that the law requires you to request a document with specificity. but you don't have to, I mean, you don't have to describe a document you've never seen, right? So you say, I want a document that reflects this information, and if it's readily available, it's produced to you. So you have
Yeah.
to describe it with
So to my
specificity.
to my previous point, thanks, attorney. So to my previous point, I clearly explained what I'm looking for. I'm looking for per pupil cost that you budgeted and that you're actually expensed. I requested for the last 5 years. I know 2021 is not yet audited, 1920 is audited, and 1819 is audited, 1718 is audited. The same OPRA request has been rejected, which is unfair from this Board of Education. As a taxpayer, I'm entitled to get this information from this board and from this administration.
And Mr. Gagliardi, did you want to, any other response?
No, I don't
Okay,
have
okay.
enough information to say more than I said.
And Mr. Malam, I have also
You are copied on that emails, madam.
right, and I have, you know, I am making it my business to overlook, to oversee, you know, some of the Oprah things and to straighten this out. So I know it's taking some time, but I want the public to know that the board is definitely discussing the transparency issues, and we are going to once again review the Open Public Records Act. To your point about the email notices, I think that that's a good suggestion, and maybe we can tweak that. I will have to read the local finance notice declaration for during the emergencies, because they did stipulate some responses that we have to have as we are working remotely. So I will review that as well, and I will talk to either Mr. Gagliardi or the administration on that. Dr. Alvick, did you want to say anything? Okay. I think we can we will move on. Mr. Malam, would you like to say anything else?
No, that's it.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Gross?
Madam Board President, that is all we have for right now.
Okay, shall we close the public portion by a show of hands, if everybody can see? Thank you, and we will now be going into a closed session. Be it resolved that the Board of Education of the Township of Monroe hereby moves into closed session in accordance with the Sunshine Law, Chapter 231 of the Public Laws of 1975, NJ SA 10:4-6 through 10:4-21 to discuss the following subject: harassment, intimidation, and bullying. Following the closed session, action may be taken. The discussion conducted in closed session can be disclosed to the public at such time as the need for confidentiality no longer exists. Dr. Alvick, do you anticipate action from this closed session?
No.
Not this evening. So I'd just like and how long do you anticipate that we will be there?
I say about 15, 20 minutes.
Okay, so I'd just like to notify the public that we are going into closed session. It is unlikely, but if you want to stay tuned, that there is any action taken. And I'm sorry, up to 15 minutes, did you say? And we will come out, and it will be a public forum only for the resolution item. So do I have a motion to go into closed session? Or
So moved.
Okay, and Katie Belko, second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye, okay, let's try to make it 15 minutes. Thank you.
Okay. So I guess we could adjourn, right?
Motion
Next
to
board
adjourn.
meeting is going to be April 26, 2021.
And a motion.
So
I have
next
a
board
motion.
meeting is, next board meeting is next Monday. Special board meeting, Monday night, March 22nd.
Oh, okay. March 22nd. Can't wait.
6 p.m.
Mr. Acting President, I
p.m.
make a motion to adjourn the meeting.
Second.
All in favor?
Okay.
Aye.
All in favor.
Aye.
Goodbye.
Thank you.
All right, good night.
Good night.
Good night.